First to cheer bits today. And boy am I running low.
Good evening, everyone. Good day, good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Jesse, you're making good points. You are the fish, not the goat. Well, that's... yes, absolutely. Control says, sweet transition. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know, I liked the first one that I made, but I was kind of like, you know, this one. But I don't know. I wanted something a little bit faster, and I don't know. I might change it. But anyway, yeah, thank you. Thank you for noticing. I appreciate that. Oh, man. Let's see. Who do we got here? Cameron. Welcome, Cameron. Autumn__. Of course. Welcome. Glad you're here. It just goes to show you were a little bit too early because you were here before I even opened up my chat program. So that's fun. It's always a good time. Oh, let's see here. Who else we got? Who else we got? Axel, of course. Welcome, Axel. Also, thank you for the first few bits. I appreciate that. Mutation Ivory. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. Holy smokes, there's already so many. And of course, Nico. Alright, welcome. Glad you're here. Come on in. Let's see here. Let's see it again. They're both good. The second one feels more professional. that's what I was kind of going for. The first one was very much so rushed, just to see if it was possible to even do. I wasn't even sure how to do something like that in the beginning. I was like, could I do something like that? Turns out I can, so I did. So, yeah. I'm tired, but okay. I have to get up at 6 every day this week, this and next week, and usually I get to sleep until like 8. I know that feeling. I I am also up at 6. That's every day, so, you know. But yeah, so I can feel your pain. I absolutely feel it. Well, hopefully, by the end of next week, you'll be so tired, you can just sleep so deeply and just recover as quickly as possible. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Like it'd be a Nintendo transition. Newer Nintendo transition, anyway. I appreciate that. That is very professional. If it looks like it could be a Nintendo thing, I'll take it. I will take it. All right. Axel says he's the Foat, the fish of all time. There we go, Jesse. You are the Foat. All right. So, big news, big stuff going on, big brain things going on up in here. So, if you've been a part of the stream for the past couple streams, you'll know we've been working on the exit key lock thing, and where we were doing the whole Yahtzee minigame. And we're running into issues, having problems, fixed some, ran into other ones, this and that. And for the past couple streams while we've been working on it, every time we've ended, I'm always just like, I don't know if this is like, is it worth it? Is it working the way I want it to? Is it feeling quite right? And I realized at the end of last stream, I was like, maybe it's not actually what we should use as the exit.
Unconical just redeemed stretch.
Everybody ready to stretch? So here we go. We're gonna stretch. So anyway, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that maybe instead of doing Yahtzee. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Maybe instead of doing not Yahtzee. Woo, I almost started that with an N. Maybe instead of doing Yahtzee, we're going to save that for a trap minigame, but then do the exit a little bit different. So I was scrambling in my mind, trying to think like, what would we use? What would we do? Like, I want to keep it something simple, something to where it's like, when you find the exit, you don't have to do some mini game. You don't have to, have explored the whole tomb. Like, if you want to just rush through as soon as you see the exit and you can teleport out, then you can teleport out. So one of the things that I was thinking, let me come down here to the pictures, obelisk. So one of the first things that I was thinking was making like this obelisk thing, right? And before anyone says anything, yes, I know, and no, it's not. I know that I am prone to making such shapes, but this is an obelisk. Let's all be adults here. So, the thought was making an obelisk, right? I know what you're thinking. Let's be adults here. Let's be adults here, okay? All right. Just to show that I'm not crazy, that I'm not like going too crazy over the top. Let me pull up an obelisk for you. This is what an obelisk looks like, okay? So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. This is what they look like, all right? So, anyway, yes, obelisk. I was thinking an obelisk. Maybe the base is a little bit too large. Maybe that's why it looks a little bit suggestive. You know what, IO fault? For a second, I thought that was an L, not an I. You know what, IO fault? I think the is probably correct in here, but anyway. Yes, so I was thinking an obelisk, and I was like, okay, so here's basically what you could do, is each of these sections, you'd have like 3 sections, and you would rotate them until you got the correct combination. No, control. Let's stay focused, So yeah, so basically, yes, you would rotate until you would find the correct combination, and then you'd be good to go.
Autumn_falls_ today says, I'm doing pretty alright. Yesterday I was nauseous and my stomach was hurting the whole day for no reason, which since the same thing happened almost a month ago leads me to believe is a period, which is strange because... Wait. Do any of y'all remember enough about me to know why that's strange?
I do. I do. Well, that is not, that's not fun. Hopefully, whatever it is, it'll pass soon. That sucks. Nauseous, I feel like, is like some of the worst ways to feel. And yes, that's a proper English sentence. But yes. Yeah, so that would be strange. Is it a nauseous that would, you feel like you would need to like go see a doctor or something like that? Hopefully it's not that bad. Hopefully. Yeah, and let's see. Hopefully today, you said that yesterday you were feeling nauseous, right? So hopefully today you're feeling a bit better. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. And if not, then hopefully you'll start feeling better soon. TV Josh, welcome. Glad you're here. Control says, I can't take anything seriously while that is up on the full screen. All right. Well, we'll close that. All right. Good evening, Loki. Welcome. Glad you're here. What did I tell you about phallic obelisks? Okay. No, I already pulled up an obelisk. Everybody knows that is what an obelisk looks like. Maybe I did make the base a little bit too large. That's on me. Maybe I could have made it a little bit smaller. Anyway, the whole idea was you would rotate the 3 different sections until you got the right combination. I was like, okay, maybe. Or kind of like what Jesse was saying, putting the D20s near the, oh wait, no. I thought you were actually making a serious suggestion. We're not putting the D20s at the base of the obelisk, all right? The obelisk has a large enough base as it is. We do not need more objects down to the base of the obelisk. For now, let's just focus on the rest of the obelisk. Forget the base, let's focus on the rest of it. So that was the thought, that was the idea, that was the plan. But then, as some of you have pointed out, hold up, just 2 seconds. As some of you have pointed out, it's not a great shape. Despite my best efforts, I just, so here's actually a really fun fact. Seconds. We're almost there. Everything's fine. Everything's all right. Oh, that's not what I want. Sorry, I forgot to set up my monitoring screen. Oh my god. Come on. There it is. Whew. Okay, we're back. Yes, so despite what some of you may be thinking, it actually looked worse when I first made it. It had a rounded top. And so I was hoping if the pointy one, it would make it a little bit better. But anyway, all of that to say, I was like, okay, maybe we're going on down the right track, but maybe it's not quite right. So then I turned the shaft of it into something more like this. So basically, here's what I am kind of thinking. And I also, first and foremost, I mean, I know this isn't first and foremost, this is like middle, but first and foremost, autumn__, I would like to apologize. I know that we had brainstormed a bit about the Yahtzee minigame. We are still going to use it. It is going to be a part of the traps where you will actually, you know, disarm the traps. We're still going to use it. It's still going to be in the game. We just aren't going to use it for the actual exiting of the tomb floors and going to the next one. So basically, general idea is you'll find an obelisk like this. And TV Josh says, what is that thing? This is going to be the exit portal-ish thing for, it's going to be the exit portal-ish thing for actually exiting the floors. So basically, when you come across it, it will be deactivated. It will be shut off, and you will have a couple options to actually turn it on. So first option will be, it's basically requiring a blood sacrifice. And that can either be from yourself, so you can damage your own character to just unlock the exit then and there and move on to the next floor, or you can do the blood sacrifice of the floor's mini-boss. So it's basically, hey, like, do you want to keep exploring, find the mini-boss, kill them, and then you can activate this? Or do you want to just sacrifice some of your health, turn on the obelisk, and if it's on, it, you know, just kind of becomes this obelisk fire thing. Anyway, yeah, so it kind of gives the player a little bit of a choice to either hurt themselves, go find the mini-boss and kill the mini-boss, or it also, oh, that was the other thing. That was the other thing. So if I pull this up over here, it'll also act as a way to help you find the mini-boss. So yeah, so basically the options would be... of all the random sounds to play. Thank you, TV Josh. So yeah, so you could sacrifice your own blood. You can go find the mini-boss. And it'll give you an option to attune. I don't know if we're going to say attune, but it'll give you a chance to something with the obelisk, which will basically guide you to that floor's mini-boss. So it'll say something like a faint pulse of magical energy flows to the north, and it'll like let you know you're going to the north to go find the mini-boss or something like that. So that is the general thought, the general plan, the general idea for changing up the exit for the floors. Hopefully it'll feel a little bit better, so you're not having to go through and find every single dice first and then be able to exit the floor. Again, because like if some people want to explore the whole thing, great. If people don't want to, then they can just come in here, do a blood sacrifice, and they can move on. So yeah. All right, holy smokes. How far back do I need to go? Noah's here. Oh my gosh, Noah, I'm proud of you. I know it's late for you, but welcome. Glad you're here. My favorite coworker. You don't mean that. I'm only your favorite when Nico's not in. Or Pedro. Or Rob. Or Ella. Or Doris. Or anybody else. Then I'm your favorite. Anyway. Doing all right. What is that thing? Oh, wait, I answered that. Oh, let's see here. That doesn't look like an obelisk to me. Well, so the original one did. So this was the original obelisk. And despite what I'm sure some people have thought, and despite what some people I know have said, I did not mean it to look like that. That is why we're going different from the obelisk and going with more of something like this. So I still just called it obelisk. We'll probably call it something else. Maybe. Jesse suggests wine glass, so maybe we can just name it the wine glass. The wine glass portal. Yeah, the WGP. We'll see. Yeah, so that is the idea. Or goblet. Goblet works too. Goblet portal. That's right. That is true. Autumn __. We do have a very busy chat today. It is crazy. I like it though. It's a good time. Axel says, "Hey Moonman, guess what? What? I mean, I think Autumn __ guessed correctly already, and that is chicken butt. But I would like to know. Great today is math exam. The easiest one. Oh my goodness, Axel!
Axel _ Benedict just turned their way into the credits of Tomb of Vasilius.
Very nice. That is absolutely fantastic. Congratulations. I will be coming in here, getting your name added. You will be forever in the credits. Tomb of Vasilius as Axel _ Benedict. There we go. And as always, if you would like to ever have your name in here differently or change it, or at any point, and that's at any point in time, it doesn't have to be like right now. It could be if right before the game is releasing, you would like it updated. Let me know, and we can go that way. So anyway, congratulations, Axel. That is so many channel points. I'm proud of you. Thank you for holding out and collecting. All right. But Nick, your math exam is today. The easiest one. Well, I'm glad that it's easy for you, because that would be absolutely horrible for me. So difficult. What is what? Moonman, you missed an interesting fact from me. Ooh! Oh no, what did I miss? Where's the fact that I missed? Here. So apparently trans people, if you have enough estrogen in your body, it just simulates a period/period symptoms because it thinks you have a uterus. Oh, well. That's not fun. From everything that I've heard, that is not fun. Well, hopefully, any of that pain you're feeling will go away. My sweet prince. Oh, Noah. Noah. My sweet, sweet prince. Oh, man. All right, here we go. Let's see. Big enough for 2d20s, I reckon. Okay, for real, though. Some more objects could help. Just avoid round ones, like some cubes or different sizes. Could help. A little spikes or something. Yeah, well, and again, that's kind of why we decided to go against using the actual obelisk shape, because It was too obvious. Too obvious. More player agency is good. Yeah, and that's what I was kind of hoping and going for, is I'm like, the more player agency we can have in the game, the better. So that's kind of what I'm going for, what I'm hoping for. And, okay, cool. So that is the thoughts and the ideas that I've been having, and it should be a good time. Oh my goodness.
Noah S. Clark gifted 1 subscriptions to the Moonwood Alliance.
TV Josh just got a gifted sub from Noah. Noah, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Wait, was that really loud? That's not good. I am so sorry. Let me check on that really quick. I do not want that to be too loud. But Noah, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's edit this. Let's go to subscriptions. Gifted subscriptions. That's the one. Community gifts. Oh, that's such a small screen. Here we go. Celebration, visual and sound. Text to speech. Could be the same volume, but I'll turn it down just a little bit. We'll also turn that down just a little bit. Yeah, don't want to blow out anyone's eardrums. Okay, that should be better, I hope. Fingers crossed. At least slightly loud. Okay. Yeah, that's I don't know why it's so much louder. That's weird. Because it's all the same volume levels as all the other notifications. Well, hopefully that'll be more quiet now. So if anyone wants to gift another sub, go for it and we'll test out the sound. Yes. So thank you. I appreciate that, Noah. Thank you. It's like twice the volume of you. Oh, that's even, whoa, wait, what? That's crazy. Huh. Well, then maybe I'll turn it down even just a little bit more. Gifted subs. Also, there's community gifts.
Autumn_falls_ today says Jerry // 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 Jerry / Jerry.
That was a lot of slashes and a lot of Jerrys, but I like it. It was a good time. Welcome, Jerry. It's always good to have you here. Okay. I think that should be good. Actually, does anyone remember? Was it the text-to-speech portion that was super loud, or was it the sound effect that played that was super loud? If anyone remembers, let me know, and I can turn down one or the other a little bit more. See you tomorrow, my sweet prince. Thank you, Noah. I will see you tomorrow. Should be a good time. Be a great time. The alert noise / sound effects was loud. Okay, all right. Then I will turn that down even just a little bit more, just to be on the safe side. Because that's the last thing I want to have happen, is if someone ever gifts a sub, just blowing out everyone's eardrums. Not a good time. Let's turn that down to 50%. It was at 80. So I figure if we turn it down from 80 to 50, hopefully that'll be better. Hopefully. We shall see. All right. Then
Mutation Ivory says, how loud is this TTS compared to Moonman? Let us see.
Yes, let us see. Is that too loud? Save for when Axel did his credits redeem. Oh! That is so bizarre. Moon what? I think that was at the top end of good. Okay. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I don't know, that's weird. Maybe it's like a channel point redemption thing? Here, what if we try this? Just to make sure that we're good. So if we do like a, where the freak is it? There we go.
Moonwood Games just redeemed Streech.
Okay, was that okay? Too loud? Too quiet? Hopefully. Alrighty here. The sound effect was super loud. Hopefully that's been addressed. Autumn is my favorite season. Same with when Axel, okay, yeah, doing that. Doing Awesome Autumn. I was hanging over on Twitch. Perfect. Okay. I think we're all caught up. I think we're good. So, we're gonna get into dev work now. And Now that we've had our fun introductions and all that good stuff. Yeah, cool. Okay, so I've got everything kind of in this in progress section here. It's not going to all be in progress because I highly doubt we're going to get all this done tonight, but we'll see. We'll see what can actually happen. So keeping the sigil, but using it as a trap puzzle. We'll probably put that for the next stream just because I don't know if we're actually going to get to that today, but we'll see. We'll see.
Chemistrinic says, I am Stevie.
I like it. Well, hello, Stevie. All right. Wait a minute here. Jerry says, Autumn and I reading each other's chats via your overlay, breaking down the walls. It's true. You gotta break down those walls. Realize I can technically use whatever commands I want whenever because I just return the points to myself. All that unlimited power you've got, Autumn __, all the unlimited power. Oh, that was one more thing that I was thinking. So something else that I was thinking, just in case you didn't know that this was something else I was thinking, let me tell you, this is something else I was thinking. Something else we could do that I was thinking was, so you know how before we had the mini boss just in a random room. Well, it wasn't just a random room. It was a room where if you couldn't move north, it had a chance to spawn them in that room. But again, kind of just like a normal regular room. You just had any chance to run into the mini boss. What I was thinking was, what if we still used the door graphic that we had created before? So if we, what did I call it? Was it called exit? Exit door? Yeah. So if we use this exit door graphic still, basically what we could do is we could use the same logic of, hey, spawn this in a room. So, yeah, so basically we would use all the exact same logic of, yes, this can spawn in a room that doesn't have a way to go north. But then basically the idea would be you have the choice to go into the room and fight the mini boss. You'd get to the door and it would say something like, you hear a grumbling behind the door, something large sounds from inside or something like that. So that way you can open up the door, you can go in, you're choosing to fight the mini boss versus just randomly running into it as you're walking around the dungeon and having to either run if you're not prepared or whatever it might be. So that is a thought. That is a thought. The boss should block the obelisk, not the blood chalice, the other obelisk. No, Jesse, we're not using that obelisk. That obelisk is not going to be in the game. It's not. Maybe somewhere as like a little Easter egg thing. Maybe. Just you kill the mini boss and he just disappears and there's just this on the ground behind him. Not a bad idea. Oh, let's see here. Axel says, I had to dip for a while. I didn't even get to see you put my name in the credits. No! That's so sad. That's true. You are back now. Well, I will show you that it is actually written down. It is here, just in case you're worried. Axel Benedict, right there. Ready to go. So, and again, like I was saying, I don't know if I said this as, well, you wouldn't have been here if you didn't even see me put it in there. Yes, so you can change your name at any point in time. If you don't want your name in there as Axel Benedict, let me know. I can change it. But yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, so that's kind of the thought for that, is you can actually enter a room that has the mini boss. And then I was also kind of thinking maybe we could do the same thing, like if we were to put a chest on the floors, we would put that inside of a separate room as well. We'll see. We'll see. A chest doesn't feel quite as crazy as a boss though, so yeah, we'll see what happens there. Jerry says, I think it would be interesting to have both ideas, maybe even have 2 or 3 doors appear and the player has the chance of fighting one of a set of mini bosses 3 ways that vary per floor. Okay, yes. Yeah, we could do that as well. I mean, honestly, like we could put as many doors as we wanted in there. We would just use the same spawning, what would be the same spawning methods as we were using for the mini boss, and we could just replicate that again and again and again and again and again. So yeah, it's possible we could add as many as we wanted. Just a matter of how many we actually spawn. I have a drinking problem. I just got that all over myself. Good times. Great ways to start. Autumn__ says, can you have a special encounter where a duck with grapes runs you over with a car and asks for lemonade? We could do something like that. Yeah, absolutely. Change it to Bodie McBoatface. Well, there we go. We heard it here from Loki first. Axel, you are going to be in the credits known as Bodie McBoatface. And everyone will know. Everyone will know who it is. Okay, here we go. Wait, almost. So on every floor, the mini-boss roams. On another floor, there is a set of doors, and the player chooses. On another floor, this is a single door, and the player has no choice. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay, so like adding variety to how you find the mini-boss. We could do that as well. The roaming part would take a little bit more work, but I was kind of thinking about maybe potentially creating some kind of monster that actually follows you through the floors. And so, like, you never really know what room it's going to be in. It's either like always behind you, in front of you, something like that. And yeah, so we'll figure something out like that. It shouldn't be too difficult, but once we get it figured out, then we could probably apply that to the mini boss as well. Roamer stationary.
I also have a drinking problem. I can't drink enough.
Well, what you gotta do is you just gotta open up your drink and just spill half of it all over you. Actually, that won't solve anything, because then you'll even have less to drink. Oh well. Alright, I just gotta fix something really quick. So if I come over here, Alice is not gonna be on the screen at all. But I need to do this. Need to do that. Yes. Oh! You can see the changes I'm doing. Inner stroke. Set that to black. Set that to a stroke size of 2. Yeah, that should be good. There we go. That gets rid of the green outline around the animals. There we go. Fantastic. Now it doesn't look so bad. Roam or stationary. Zork. Narf. Splat. Squiggle squiggle. What is happening? Row Ribbies makes you hydrophobic. Wait, what? Wait, it didn't say my name. Wait, what? Oh, with the donation? Man, I feel like so many things are broken. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna have to look into that. Okay, let's jump into this. Let's start doing some actual game dev, and then we will fix more issues as the night goes on. Should be a good time. Okay. So, what is the first thing we're going to start working on? Create a door entrance for the mini boss room. I think what we're going to do is actually creating the obelisk, or whatever we're going to call it. It's not necessarily an obelisk. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out something to call it. We'll get there. Game dev time, baby. Exactly. So what do we need for this? We need to have it spawn. We're just going to keep calling the obelisk for now. The obelisk. Spawn the obelisk randomly. Oh my good freaking heavens. Randomly. If I could spell tonight. Make obelisk functional. That's descriptive. I know what it means. Okay, so spawn the obelisk randomly. Let's start on that one first. So we should be able to use most of the logic that we have. So down here in the common events in the RTG spawn, we come down here where it's spawning the player and the exit. So set exit spawn. We should be able to use basically this exact same thing, I believe. Set exit spawn. Exit spawn checker. Oh, but actually, now that it's just the obelisk sitting in the middle of the floor now, we shouldn't have to only spawn this in a spot that only has... Yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Axel Benedict's Hourly Fun Facts.
Ooh, boy.
A lot of people think the term bolt in context of running fast comes from Usain Bolt, the fastest man alive. It actually came from the Middle Ages, with crossbow bolts, with how fast they are. Speaking of the Middle Ages, it was actually a very colorful time period. It's just all dark and decrepit now because it's been 400 years.
That's fair. That's fair.
Cameron Reap 2 says,
Oh boy.
Welcome to Dad Jokes, by Cameron Reap. If you think that your refrigerator collecting data and the TV spying on you is bad enough, remember, the vacuum cleaner has been gathering dirt on you for years.
That's... okay, that's funny. I like that. I think, Axel, I think it's... maybe something to do with the bits, maybe? I don't know. I'm gonna have to check on that. I don't know. I think I only changed one thing earlier today, but it didn't have anything to do with bits. So I don't know. I will figure that out though. We'll get to the bottom of it. We'll figure it out. But for now, okay. So since we don't need it to spawn in a spot that only includes no northward facing rooms, we can have it spawn anywhere if we would like. Yeah. Should be able to do that. Remember to thank you/RockIsStone on Reddit. It's where you find the good stuff. Okay, so we don't need this check. And then it's making sure that 36 is not equal to 100. Okay, so that's the player spawn. So we don't need this check. This is the only check we don't need. Cool. Let's cut that. This is going to just be called backed up. Sure. That'll work. Because I know that I'm going to need to use that script call eventually. And since I know that it's working, I would rather not delete it. Okay, so exit spawn right here. So basically, all of this is saying, oh, we can get rid of this as well. Yes. Let's get rid of that. So it says it's randomly between 1 and 60, so it's picking a random room. We don't need to change exit spawn checker. Delete that. So script. If 97 plus 36 times 4 is greater than 0, so is there a room there? And then is it not equal to where the player spawned? Then set the exit spawn there. Cool. That should be that. Read my last message, Moon Man. What happened? Jerry's really showing my point that Moonwood will say whatever we say. Well, apparently not. Case in point, you read this. Didn't expect that after a month, did you? I like how unironically I didn't read that message. My apologies. That's actually kind of funny. Devious Oatmeal, welcome. Glad you're here. Also, Fat Force Carp, hello, welcome. Come on in. Hopefully everyone's doing all right. So that should be the only check we need for this. So it sets it, and then we're good to go. Fantastic. Then over here is where it's actually showing things. So if we come down here, so show decor, reveal next minimap room, add new room info. Okay. Trying to remember what all of these were. 544. I think that was for collecting the dice. Okay, so this is saying if 544 is equal to 100. I don't think we need any of those if statements anymore. But just to be on the safe side, we're just going to comment them out. Just in case. I don't want to go erasing all that stuff in case we still need it, but I don't think we need it. Because I think that's all for like the collecting of the D6s. So starting exit room is equal to player location, and if floor sigil activated is on. Yes. Okay. I would say show... We don't want to show this circle though. We want to show obelisk. This one. Okay. Oh, that's if this is on. Okay, so we don't need that. We don't need to rotate the picture. And then let's change all this messaging here. So if we come over to here, we've got the messages here. This is if it's on. Oh no, this is if it's off. Okay, so let's change the off one. Let's set this to obelisk. This one. Yes. There's a strange symbol. Okay, so a powerful force can be felt emanating from the... Extinguished obelisk. A blood sacrifice may once again rekindle its teleportation abilities. Let's cut it out at once. Go. Rekindle its teleportation abilities. Okay, then here's where we're going to have our options. So what are the options again? We've got submit a blood sacrifice. Let's do submit self-blood sacrifice. We may actually need to do a script call for this one. So basically what I want to do is I want to have it be a percentage of your max health, not a set percentage. Because if we do a set percentage, then in the beginning, it's probably going to be very difficult, because if you're like, well, we're just going to say, you know, take, I don't know, like if you have a max of 10 health and we're like, oh, take 4 of your health, like that's going to be a huge chunk. Later on in the game, if you're sacrificing 4 health, but you have 100, you're like, okay. So I think we're going to want to do like a quarter of your health as a blood sacrifice. And that should be pretty good. Quarter of health? Yeah, I feel like a quarter is good. So let's do a script call on that. So let's pull this up. RPG Maker MV script call list. Never remember these things, but we are going to pull this up. Okay, so this guy over here, we've got change name. So this is game actors. So not party member, we want game actors. So here for choice 1, so this is changing 125. So let's do script call. Go. So actor 125. Set name to be. Basically want it to say submit self-blood sacrifice. Then we're going to do an open bracket. Close that. And then we want to say plus game. Oh, no. Subtract. Game variables dot value. Let's see. What variable would the player's HP be? Your chaos has infiltrated YouTube chat. Oh no! Welcome. Glad you're here on YouTube as well. All right. Okay, just making sure I'm not missing anything over. I hope I haven't. If I have, let me know if I've missed anything in chat over on Twitch. I'm definitely trying to be more focused on the game dev stuff. So if I did miss anything, at me or something, and I'll know. Then I shall know. Okay, so I think the player's HP is somewhere. Here we go. So we got player XP, player HP max. So we want to do the player HP max. Yeah. Because the HP is your current HP. And we don't want to do 25% of your current HP. We want to do 25% of your max HP. So if you're really hurt, you don't want to do this. We're just going to say that. So variable 51 is what we want to do. So we want to say game variable 51. Okay, I just want to make sure that I've got this right. Ooh. Thank you, Cameron. Exactly. That's how we want to do it. Joke or not. Submit self-blood sacrifice. It's then going to say minus, and then out of the quotation marks, plus the game variable 51. So that should say plus, and let's say the player's HP is at 20, like 20 max. and then say -5, and then we would say in quotation marks, %. And then close quotation, or close parentheses and quotation. Okay. I think that should be good. Also, so we open up parenthesis, open, close, close, close. Okay. That should be right. I hope. Alright, so we got submit blood sacrifice. What else did we have? Let's close that. Let's come back over to here. Let's see. Attune to obelisk. I don't know if that's exactly the wording we want. We're gonna go with something like that. So yeah, so attune to obelisk. How would we describe it? See, I described it as guide to floor boss. And we'll just say that as well. Guide to floor boss. And then, so that's if you select to guide. A faint pulse of energy flows to the north. By activating the obelisk, the player has a choice to go deeper into the tomb or return to town. Okay, so yes, those will be the options you have. You can attune to it. Ooh. Should we make it? Oh, wait. I just realized I actually did this wrong. We do not want to say, because if we're just saying just this variable as a whole, that is saying that it's going to take all of your HP. And we don't want to do that. So what we want to say, and we also don't want to say percentage. No. So we want to say your max HP times 0.25. So that'll be a quarter of your health. Yeah, so it'll be your max health times 0.25, which is a quarter. Right? Got that right, right? So if you've got 20 health times 0.25, 5. Okay, yes. Yeah, so minus 25% of your HP. Okay, holy smokes. There we go. Okay, here we go. So then if you attune to obelisk... Oh, that's what I was saying. Do we want to attune to the obelisk for a price? Make it a smaller price, though. Do like a, I don't know, do like a 10% of your HP. Maybe? We do something like that? Maybe. Maybe we'll do that eventually. For now, I think we're just going to stick with this, where we're just going to say, you can attune, it should be fine. Should be good. Let's see here. 6 easy payments of $49.99. Riggy2K3 says, hey yo, Riggy, welcome, glad you're here. We're just working on our exit for the floor stuff. So, trying to get some stuff figured out with, you know, renaming some stuff. So yeah, I think I've got this right. So sacrifice, submit self-blood sacrifice, plus game variables times 0.25 HP. Okay, that should be right. Let's give this a test though. So that is if it's off, it is showing the obelisk, and then if it's on, it's going to show like this. Nope, it's going to show like this. Yeah. Okay, a magical portal is opened, a low hum can be heard. We can just keep that for now. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. Let's give that a test and see what that looks like. Oh yeah, I forgot we need to get rid of that. We also need to get rid of this thing right here. Let's pull this up, the HUD maker, and let's get rid of that guy. Deleted. Perfect. So the exit is, whoa. So the exit is variable 36, so room 38. Let's go find. Of course, it's missing a parenthesis from the argument. All right, what did I do wrong? The only things I've changed is that and that, so must be in here. What do we got here? So open and close. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. What if I comment that out? That's the only thing I would have changed, though. It could be the other... I guess I did comment out some other code, but it should have all been commented out, so there shouldn't be anything relying on it. So I don't know. All right, come on. Work with me here. Okay, there we go. It is set back a little bit far. We may want to move that a little bit further down into the level. Choice 1. That's great. Choice 1. Did I not actually change that? Go. Oh, it's because I commented out. That would do it. Okay, so it is something going on here. So what the crap? Set name to... So this should all be in quotation. Submit self-blood sacrifice, open parenthesis, dash, and then plus game variables 51 times 0.25. After the HP. Well, so I've got this inside the quotation marks. This is supposed to be a part of the actual message. But does that mean I'm missing an actual parenthesis that's not a part of the message? That's open and closed. That is self-contained. So we've got 1. Let's just ignore the things that are in quotation. So 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Because this part here should all be within quotation marks. So it's supposed to be, so it's supposed to say, you know, make a blood sacrifice, and then in parentheses say minus X amount of HP. Oh! I forgot to add the plus symbol to actually add on to the name. That would do it. All right, there we go. That was... I know why I forgot it, but it's kind of stupid that I forgot it. Oh well, that's fine. That is all right. All right, so we need to go up and over. Gosh, come on, just let me go up and over. There we go. Maybe. There we go. Okay, there we go. Submit self-blood sacrifice. Minus 12.5 HP. Oh, crap. Okay, yeah, we don't want it to say that it's going to subtract 12.5 HP. Use floor. Oh, that's right. That's how you get the whole number. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that. I completely forgot that that's what I needed to do. So if we come in here, we need to say... Now, if I remember right, and I probably don't, but if I remember right, is it... Would I do that here? Game.variables... It's not dot floor times 2.5. Is that what the... That's the variable. Dot floor times 2.5. You wrap the entire results.
Chemistrinic says, check chat. We need you.
Oh, all right, I'll be right there. Oh man. Hold up. Okay, so I know the math.floor. Math.floor x. Okay, so it would be times 2.25. Math.round. Oh. I program a different language. No, you're good. You're good. Well, because the dot floor, so you got math.floor. Here we go. JavaScript, round to whole number. Okay, so it's math.round. Yeah. Okay. Oh, math.floor rounds. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna pull this up so we can all learn and bask. So yeah, so math.floor rounds to a number down to the nearest integer. Mat.ceiling rounds to a number to the nearest up to the nearest integer. And then to fix rounds a number to a specified number or of decimal places. Okay, so math.floor always rounds down. Math round is traditional round. Okay. Okay, so basically what I'm seeing then, and you can 100% correct me if I'm wrong, because again, JavaScript and I, we are not exactly on the same level here, but so it would be, oh my gosh, why can I not? Okay, so math.round x. So it would be math.round, and then we would open up this, get rid of this, times 0.2. I feel like I don't need this many parentheses. Okay. So plus math.round, then in parentheses, game variables dot value 51 times 0.25. Okay, I think that should be correct. If that's correct, then I'm going to be jumping over into chat. Just want to check and see. I feel like I may be wrong, but we'll see what happens. 26. Of course. I need to go that room. That room. Come on. Ugh. Alright. That was my bad. That was my bad. So math.round. Alright, let's see. Let's see how wrong I was. So math.round. Yeah, and then open parenthesis. Game variables dot value 51 times. There's 2 after the 0.25. You only need 1. Oh yeah, that's right, because I got rid of the extra one. Yes, we go open, close, plus HP. Okay, there we go. All right. What do we got over here? What are we talking about? Eggs? Flour, water, yeast, years of practice. I think so. Eggs. Eggs in this economy have hens, so no problem. Eggs the new Lambo. Eggs are luxury. In Poland is butter. New gold ingots. Put it in a local variable. Oh, to get like the divided by 4 or 0.25. What happened with Robbie? He's not in the all-time leaderboards. I think Robbie's just been very busy. I would assume. I was wondering that. It's just blank. Wait, what's just blank? Oh, the all-time?
Thanks for the follow, Riggy2K3.
Riggy, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I'm still not number 1 and he's gone. Wait, you are? Or you aren't? I thought you were. Oh. That's a good point. Where did Robbie go? Yeah, he's gone. It's blank. Well, Robbie, wherever you're at, I hope you're okay. That's concerning. I don't know. All right. So wait. Cameron, what was it? What did I miss? I don't have enough for text-to-speech, sadly. We need to get Mooner's attention. Well, I think you can just at me. Can't you do just at Moonwood Games? Okay, so you need to get my attention. Also, TV Josh, I am going to apologize right now. I'm not the greatest when it comes to JavaScript and stuff like that, so I'm sure that some of this stuff will probably be a little bit frustrating to watch. Hopefully not so frustrating that you'll leave. Yeah, it's definitely a learn as we go kind of thing for me. Still, you know, trying to figure out different functions and all that fun stuff. Okay. So, yeah, there we go. Submit self-blood sacrifice minus 13 HP. Okay. Oof, there we go. That is exactly what we want. We wanted to round up to the nearest number. Which it does. Awesome. So there we go. Minus 13 HP. Oof. Glad we got that working. Well, I appreciate that, Jesse and Jerry. You two are awesome. And TV Josh, I know you were definitely trying to help me there. When I start having these kinds of issues, I'm like, focus on what I'm doing, or else I just lose all track of, you know, what I'm doing. So, but yeah, I do appreciate the input. Check chat, we need you. Go all the way back. Points back for you. Going around down. Let's see, what else we got? Let's see. You get dark soy sauce. Higher, forgot how much we wrote. Oh, we're going even more. Let's see, Riggy with the salutes. Howdy. I don't know if... Oh, you didn't know if it was really JavaScript. Yeah, so it is JavaScript. It does technically do basically all the same functions you would do with regular JavaScript. You have to do it just like in little snippets, which can get a little bit weird, but it works out in the end. I don't have a clue what you are doing, but I don't care. Fair enough. Okay, all right. So I need to go even higher, even further back than that. There's so much chatting going on, though. We have 5.5 times more than YouTube. Is that where we're going? Okay, there we go. Because Cameron said at Moonwood Games. Art stylus. What if I am hurt emotionally? Emotional damage. Am I far enough back now? Thank me for all your veggies and fruit. Oh, that's pretty far from me. Or my area anyway. Hello from New England, Europe. Good old New England, Europe. Don't make fun of my horrible lack of understanding. I don't think I'm seeing what I'm supposed to be seeing. So I apologize. I live in Central Coast, California. All right, Cameron. I see what you're doing. Going good. Here for some motivation. Game is looking really good. Moon Games. Thank you, Ricky. I appreciate that. It was about Robbie. Oh, wait, it was about Robbie, or you were asking about Robbie? Because if it was the whole asking about Robbie, I would also like to know where Robbie is as well. Robbie is an enigma. Robbie came in, gifted a bunch of subs, donated a whole bunch of bits, and then we haven't heard from him since. And it's a sad day. Very sad day. I was talking about New England, Europe as well. All right, Autumn __. Just because I'm horrible at geography. I know. It is a tease. Okay, so there we go. So a powerful force can be felt emanating from the extinguished obelisk. A blood sacrifice may once again rekindle its teleportation abilities. So you can submit self-blood sacrifice, minus 13 HP, or you can attune to the obelisk, guide to floor boss. We've got the actual messages working. Now we need to actually get the functionality working. So, good times. Also, for anyone that's wondering, I actually may not be in here. Oh, it's in my other. Okay, so I have so many backed up versions of Tomb of Versilius just in case something goes wrong, and I forgot that I was doing some other stuff in my other backed up version of Tomb of Versilius. I need to copy that and see if I wait. Can I just like? Let's see if RPG Maker allows this. If I come over here and if I just paste that there, hey, you can't just copy and paste maps from one project to another. That is extremely useful. Okay, so for anyone that's wondering, this is what the obelisk, for, you know, lack of a better term for now, this is what it's going to look like when it is turned on. So that's off, obviously, and this is what it's going to look like when it's on. So, you know, we may change it. We may change some parts of it, but I don't know. I was kind of just like going for like a glowing, fiery effect. So, yeah. All right, cool. Well, now. So, what do we need to do to get the thing actually working? I think that should be all the functionality for here. We can change the wording here eventually later. Attune to obelisk, guide to floor boss. Oh, that's right. Did we want to do where you have to spend HP to attune? I don't think so. Maybe eventually. But for now, we're just going to keep it simple. Just going to keep it simple. Let's see, over on YouTube, use all the parentheses, don't skimp on them, just because Jerry wants to hold you back. You gotta use all the parentheses. If you're missing parentheses, it is a bad time. Makes perfect sense now. Let's see, Jerry says, doesn't Twitch have a way where you can open up a specific viewer's chat log and see what they said? Oh, that's right. That's right, I could do that. I'm gonna do that for next time. Good Flame, thank you. Yeah, it was kind of fun to make. I had a good time with it. For some context, last stream, Moonwood Games thought Autumn__ was talking about a place in England when she mentioned that she lives in New England. Yeah, for anyone that was missing that context, yes. I thought that New England was in Europe. I thought it was a part of England. Kind of like how, you know, you got like New Mexico, New York. For some reason, I was thinking New England was somewhere in England. There we go. There's the context that everyone's missing. It was a dark time. Very dark time. All right. The better England. Exactly. It's the better England. It's the newer, fancier, younger England. So that should be good. So where's the actual thing and stuff? This is the event that spawns special events like NPC spawns and the like. Very helpful comment there. Show exit text. What the freak is happening here? Show picture 29D6. Oh, this is all the Yahtzee stuff. Okay, we don't want any of this. I mean, we do, because we do need to eventually get it in the game. Eventually. I may just rename this thing like the Yahtzee minigame. I think that might be what we do. All right, let's copy that. We're gonna paste that over to here. We're gonna call this one what is it? Yahtzee? Yahtzee? Does that have an H, or is it just? I think it's just YATZEE. Pretty sure that's what it is. We'll just turn all these triggers off just to make sure that none of this is still going on. Okay, now that we have that backed up, let's come back over here and we can just get rid of so much of this stuff. Let's see. I think we can get rid of this and that 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 and that. All of this. Oh, that's where I had that. Cool. The better Mexico. Yes. New Mexico is the better Mexico. Okay, exit door puzzle. So we don't need to worry about the dialogue. Okay, yeah, that should be good. Jerry says, I think I saw those for like $29 a bar once. Wait, what was $29 a bar? feel like I don't remember what I was saying. You would have been referencing. Ironically, neither of his examples are located within those places either. It's true. I think we can get rid of this. Deletes Earth. We don't need this thing. Format star dot star. If you don't know what it does, you don't need it, obviously. The obelisks for $29 at a bar. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. 29 bucks a bar. An average Dragon Ball character. Okay, all right. So this is the actual dice puzzle stuff. We do not need this dice puzzle stuff because that is all, well, it's the dice puzzle stuff. So let's go delete, and delete. Oh my gosh, that was so much in that thing. Whew. Okay, so we can get rid of, oh man, there's so much to get rid of here. Okay. So if the starting exit room equals player location. I was gonna do something here. Okay. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. Okay, yeah. So for anyone who remembers, this was probably like a week or so ago, I decided we were going to make a singular event called, well, the Tomb Master. Basically, the Tomb Master is going to be responsible for creating, well, like it says here in the comment, this is the event that spawns special events like NPC spawns and the like. But I was realizing, because RPG Maker, their conditions are great, but they're not amazing. I wish that with the variables, I wish the variables, the conditions, I wish were more like the conditional branches. So for anyone who's familiar with the conditional branches in RPG Maker, you'll know what I'm talking about. But for anyone that's new, with the conditional branches, this is basically the if-else statements in JavaScript. So you can check to see, is a switch on or off? Is a variable equal to a specific amount? Or is it greater than or equal to, less than or equal than, not equal to? You've also got different like self switches, timers, if actor X, Y, or Z has the specific name, if their class has changed, if buttons are pressed, things like that. So you got all of these conditional branch statements. Over for the actual page conditions for when is it going to actually trigger, you can check 2 switches, you can check 1 variable, and it can only be greater than or equal to. You can't do less than, you can't do just equal to, it is just greater than or equal to. Then you can check self switch, and then you can check if you have an item, and you can check if there is a player in your party. That is it. And I'm just like, why don't you just allow all the other conditions that are in the conditional branches? It would just be so much more simple, so much more useful, especially with the variables. I'm like, I wish you could actually change this to be equal to, less than. So anyway, so the reason for all of this venting and all that fun stuff is because I realized this would basically just have to be sitting in a parallel process 24/7 nonstop in the tomb, which, while not the end of the world, kind of can get a little bit inefficient on resources, processing resources, especially because with RPG Maker MV, it's kind of limited on its RAM usage. And so if you have a whole bunch of variables, events running at the exact same time in parallel process, it tends to bog down your system. And we're going to be adding a lot more events as time goes on. We add more and more and more to the dungeon. So I think what we're going to do is we need to have this rely on specific conditions. So that way each one of these pages can do very specific things. So here's what we're going to do. I need to delete some stuff. So this is the actual exit. So we're not going to change that. We're not going to delete that. Exit symbol slots. Okay, so we can delete that, and we can delete this one. And then basically what we're going to do is in here, when you actually transition to the new room, we're going to set specific variables so I know exactly where you are and why you're there. That kind of stuff, that kind of thing. So right here, we can say if starting exit floor is equal to player location. That means that the player is going to be in the actual obelisk room, the exit room, as it were. So basically what we can say is control variables. We're going to set, let's find just a random empty variable. We will do this one. We're going to call this one the Tomb Master Page Actions. Yeah, the Tomb Master Page Actions. And this one, we're going to set it to equal 1. There we go. Control says, I'm not variables. Yes, you are, Control. Just accept it. Accept your fate. You are a variable. No. You are not just a variable. You are variables. All of them. Every single one. Okay. So set that to 1. Awesome. Something else I also just realized. We need to, when you're leaving the room, we need to set this variable to then equal 0. That could have been a bug later, but we have averted that bug. So when you enter the exit room, it is going to set the 2 master page actions to equal 1. And so in here we can say, hey, this if the 2 master page actions is equal to 1, well, greater than or equal to, but since there's no other page relying on that, basically just equal to 1. Then we can say, do all of this stuff. So it'll only do this stuff when you are in the room with the exit, and then so on and so forth. So as we're adding more stuff, we'll first need to come in here, and when you enter the room, we'll put the actual stuff in here that needs to happen. So pictures to be shown, dialogue to be shown, all that fun stuff. And then it will turn this on, allowing us to actually process the stuff that needs to happen in there. So in here, all we should need to do, actually, we shouldn't have to really, we don't need to check if the player's location is in exit room, because we know that we are, because that variable is set to 1. If current room monster is equal to -1, we shouldn't have to worry about that because there's going to be no monster. And then if exit door puzzle is off. I don't remember what that switch was. I don't remember. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Also, I just realized Cameron said that it is Yahtzee. And so I just need to come in here and do Yahtzee. There we go. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that. I know I probably could have Googled it, but too lazy. All right, so I think what we can do is we should be able to cut that, delete that, paste this in here. So these are going to be the actual options that you're choosing. Come into, oh my gosh, I don't have that pulled up. All right, well, let's come in here really quick. Let's come in here. Whoop, nope. I just want to make sure that that's still working, and I need to get rid of that freaking flash. I forgot that I haven't turned that off yet. Okay, so room 24 is where we shall be heading. Okay, so that is still working, still just for number 1. I feel like I need to have this stretch based on how long these options are. It's kind of weird to have the selector be only that wide when you've got much bigger. Like, it makes sense if it's something like yes or no. When it's a really long thing like that, kind of doesn't look great. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, sure, update. So, let's see, let's do auto select so we can actually select that. Go. So if we move down to here, 40, perfect. Actually, let's just test that one really quick. If you're hovering over it, can I just show you the width of like 200? Is that gonna look weird? It might look weird. But this way I can kind of actually like choose how, you know, narrow and how wide it should be. To an extent. 57. I do like it that it's longer, but it does kind of look stretched. I'll figure out something better later. We'll call it good for now. I'll just set that to 100. All right, so. What do we need? We need option number 2. So option 2 would be, should we just make it the whole width? Maybe we'll just make it the whole width. Because even if it is shorter, because like, as you can see here, like if it's the shorter, smaller options, it looks fine like this. Not so much when you need to actually have it be longer than that. So yeah. What we're gonna do is we're just going to widen this to there. And we'll come in 12 pixels. Yeah, probably something like that. Move in 12 pixels. Go. Grab you. And stretch this over to over there. Fantastic. What the? That's not what I wanted to have happen. Yeah, sure, whatever. Why not? Such a good song. I think what we're also gonna do, just because, let's just add a very faint. We're gonna do this at like, I don't know, 20% opacity. Yeah, that should be good. All right, we're gonna save that as images, pictures. Oh, what did I call this thing? Selector. I'm getting so bad with my naming conventions. It's not good. I know I'm going to see it. I'm going to see it somewhere in here. Aha! Choice selector 1. All right. Here we go. Cool. Now, let's actually call this choice selector. So I'll remember. Yeah, I feel like adding just that little bit of a highlight might help. Maybe that's a little bit too much, actually. All right, so maybe 25% is just a little bit too much. What if we do... And maybe we also don't even have it go all the way across. Maybe we go to, like, here? Yeah, something like that. Oh, wait. We wanted to erase that first. Get rid of it to there. To there. And then if we do 10%? Yeah, I think that's gonna be better. 10%. All right, we gotta open that back up. Open it up. Choice selector. Looks cohesive. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, wait. Naming conventions, my eternal enemy. I like the highlight as the same gray as the border myself. Oh. Oh, wait. So I should have it be this gray? Ooh. I change that to 100%. Have it be something like this instead. You know, obviously not having this be that same gray. We're doing something more like this. If that's kind of what you're thinking, Mutation Ivory. Just get it to be that same gray with the same opacity. Yeah, I think that would work actually really well. So maybe if we do something like, if we come over 4 pixels here. Yeah, maybe we'll do 4 here. Over just a little bit. There we go. Sometimes with Photoshop, man, I tell you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go, and then we fill this in with 10%. Yeah. And just for kicks and giggles, I just want to see what this might look like. 4 pixels. If we do something like, whoop, do this at, maybe if we actually do 20% on this one. This is a darker gray. I think we might be able to go 20% versus the 10. Yeah. That is way better. Thank you, Mutation Ivory. Thank you, Mutation of Ivory. Yeah, definitely more cohesive like that. So here's what I'm thinking though. What if we do kind of like a like an old school kind of gradient type thing. So we do a checker pattern first. And we kind of go out a little bit further. Then doing every other one. And out a little bit further here. There. And there. A little bit too far out on that one. And maybe we don't need those. And we will keep with... It's hard to get it just right. Maybe we even just get rid of those last three. Yeah, something like that. Sure. Why not? Why not? This side, we will go bam, bam. Continue down. Thank you, man. Okay, there we go. So that is the new choice selectors. Let's copy that. We will come in here. Is that there? We're going to save this as choice selector 1. All right, there we go. So now with all those changes, we should be able to come over here and have a wider, hopefully better looking choice selector. Still need to get rid of that flash screen. 57. Okay, that feels a lot better. Absolutely much better. Let's see, Jerry says... Oh, you're responding to control. Never mind. Looks good. Thank you, yes. We've got to update the X and Y on that. Easy enough to do. Easy enough. All right, so let's come over here. Let's close that. Let's open this up. Okay, so for the choice selector...
Hello everyone and welcome back to Axel Benedict's Hourly Fun Facts, and this one's about the Olympics.
Ready.
Competitive art used to be an Olympic sport between 1912 and 1948. The international sporting event awarded medals for music, painting, sculpture, and architecture.
That is kind of cool. What a different time to be alive. Also, definitely noticing, yeah, it like just jumps straight into your message. That's bizarre. Why has it gone? That sounds sick. I know. Jesse says, I gotta head to bed. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for being here, Jesse. I appreciate it. Go get some rest. Hopefully 6 o'clock will not come too quickly for you. Hopefully you can get some good rest before tomorrow. But yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And we'll see you on, hopefully, the Thursday stream. All right, I know that I literally just was like, yep, this looks good. I'm just gonna try one more thing really quick, just to see. So I like that the bars themselves are the darker gray. I think what we're gonna do is we are going to pull all of this. I should have just, whatever. Okay, yeah. So basically the idea is going to be, I'm going to make this part the lighter gray, whereas the inner is the darker. So lighter gray, but at 10%, fill that in. Okay, that way it's not making this text any darker. Because before, it was overlaying on top of the text, and that's what it was going to be in the game anyway. So that way it's the same gray, just lower opacity, so it's not actually darkening this option or the text there. I think that'll be good. I think that's good. Okay, cool. Let's do this one more time. What the? That's not what I want. I want to copy the choice selector, not the whole exit thing. There we go. Save this as the choice selector. Okay, now we can move on. Now we can move on over to here. So first of all, we need to widen the X and the Y for this whole thing. Yeah, right now this is the X and Y that we've got. So I think if we go, should we just do the whole, just span the whole width? So if you are anywhere in here, yeah, I think so. I think so. So that's going to put us at 272,504. 272,504. And going down over to, going down over to here is going to put us at 1,008,548. 1,008 and 548. Cool. Okay, so that will be for option 1. So that's the actual highlight itself. Awesome. And then in the else handler, let's put that there. And we need to get the new X and Y coordinates for this guy. Let's move this down 40. Is that how far it goes? Yeah, cool. Over to here, and we're going to grab from there to there, which is going to be 272,540. Oh, freak. I already forgot it. 272,544. That's what it was. Oh my gosh, come on. 272 and 544. That makes sense, actually. So we should be able to do 588 there, because it's just 40 down, so easy enough. Easy enough. Which means we just need to move this down by 40 pixels, so that should be 566. Else, do that. Okay, cool. So if everything is correct there, we should be able to do new game, come in here, let's find the exit. Room 46. I just need to go this way. Let me smash a hole through the wall, please. Okay, there we go. There we go. We've got our highlights. Woo! Now we need to make the highlights actually do something. So this one is the blood sacrifice. Let's throw a comment in there just so we can remember. We're going to do a player blood sacrifice. And then this is going to be the attune. Are there 2 T's in attune? Okay, all right, yeah. Attune to obelisk. Go. Bad, not bad. Okay. Let's do the blood sacrifice first. Yeah. We'll do the blood sacrifice first. If you're highlighting, that's what it does. And then if you release on the option. Mutation Ivory says, it's a comment, spelling isn't necessarily so long as you understand it. That is a good point. That is a good point. There are many comments in here that have horrendous spelling errors. I just want to make sure that I'm not spelling it incorrectly, because here's the thing, right? So it says attune to obelisk here in the comment, but over here, when it's actually showing the message, it does say attune to obelisk. So I did want to make sure that at least for over here, it was spelled correct. So I do have to have it correct here. Plus, if anyone remembers the whole sigil debacle with me spelling sigil horribly wrong, then you'll know that as soon as I start spelling something wrong, it is just going to stick, because as soon as I start spelling it like that, my brain is just going to be like, yep, that's how you spell it. And I now still to this day spell sigil incorrectly if I'm not actually thinking about it. So I just want to make sure that I'm spelling it correctly, because I am horrible at spelling. Absolutely terrible. I would probably lose to a 5th grader in a spelling bee contest. Yeah, the question, are you smarter than a 5th grader? The answer would be no when it comes to spelling. Absolutely not. So when you release, basically, we need to change a message. Yeah. So we're going to change the message of it here. You slice into your hand, creating a deep wound. Yeah, that's how you spell wound. Causing blood to begin to pool in the palm. Ooh. is probably like the most inefficient way to show messages in RPG Maker. This is probably one of the most inefficient ways to show messages in RPG Maker, but it's what we got to do. It's what we're doing. Because I need to be able to show messages on the screen with the player also being able to like move around and do stuff like that. Because here's the thing, for anyone, if you are learning RPG Maker, it's very easy. You would do show text and you would say things like, you cut your hand, now you're bleeding. That would be the normal, sane way to show messages in RPG Maker. But because we need them to show on the screen, while you can also interact without actually having to close the text, this is how we're doing it. So I wouldn't recommend it. That's what we got to do. So you slice into your hand, creating a deep wound, causing blood to begin to pool in the, not in the, in your palm. Drops of blood begin to fall onto the obelisk. Cut that onto the obelisk. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Control says, well, yeah, they train at spelling daily. That's true. Well, and even still, it was, even when I was in school, I was not training very well with spelling at all. I liked it spelled sigil. Did I ever spell it that wrong? So here's how I used to spell it. I used to spell a sigil. I believe I was spelling it, I think I spelled it C-I-G-I-L. I think that's how I was spelling it. So it wasn't horrendously wrong. I was just doing a C instead of an S. But still not great. Pure Chaos on YouTube says, hey Moon Man, your favorite mod here. My Twitch has stopped working, so I'm gonna go see you Thursday. Oh, well that's not good that it's working. I mean, not working. Well, good luck. Hopefully everything goes well for you. And yeah, we'll see you Thursday. Thank you for being here. Oh no, you used to spell it sigil. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I don't know. I feel like with a word like sigil, you gotta throw a Y in there. Like 2 I's, that's just too normal, too plain. It's gotta be a Y. S-Y-G-I-L, sounds a lot cooler. Mutation Ivory says, to be fair, my comments, moo change this. Oh god, hope this works. Please don't change it. Yeah. I have a few like that. Let's see. Yo, that's sick. I used actor names for pronouns. That's a sick way to do it. Yeah, see? And honestly, like, there's no right or wrong way to do anything in a game. Like, if you can make it do the thing that you want it to do, that is the correct way to do it. And so this is the way that I can make it show messages on screen without it actually closing the messages so you can still interact with everything. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Cameron Reap has 500 mana. You're getting there. It's climbing. In the meanwhile, a certain season remains as a mod. Certain season? Oh, well, Autumn__ said that their Twitch wasn't working for some reason. So they're gone. Fanciest way to spell it is Zygel. That's true. Z-Y-J-E-L-L. That is the way to do it. That is the most magical way to go about it. 2 eyes, what are we making here, people? I know. Only people have 2 eyes. Sigils should have a Y. Or maybe 2 Ys. Or as Big D put it, a Z. Should have a Z. All right. You slice into your hand, creating a deep wound, causing blood to begin to pool in your palm. Drops of blood begin to fall onto the obelisk. Ooh, let's also do, yeah, onto the obelisk. Making it spring to life. Sure. All this dialogue will probably eventually be replaced, but for now, this is what we got. Okay, so now we want to say, let's get rid of that, and let's change this to say, ooh, actually, no. Get rid of that. We're replace this with that, choice 1. What did we have before? Was it like, wasn't activate teleporter? Cameron says, okay, I'm gonna go. Night, see you Thursday. We'll see you Thursday. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Totally understandable. It's getting a little late, so yeah. But again, appreciate it. And yeah, we will definitely see you Thursday. I know that I literally just said the exact same thing that I just said, just reversed. That way you know that I meant it. So, yeah. Good times. Okay, so that's the dialogue. So that's resetting the dialogue. Shouldn't be anything here, right?
Cameron Reap 2 just redeemed.
Oh my goodness.
We're
gonna redeem a stretch right before you leave, huh? All right, here we go. Everyone ready? Let's get some stretches in. Oh, the stretch feels so good. I do love me some good stretches. Oh. Whew. And the backward stretch. And try not to tip my chair over like I almost did that one time. Oh. Ah. And the headless. That is a really thick sheet. I cannot see through that thing. I still think one of these days I should get like a green balaclava or something like that, just like put over my head so I can still see through it. Then that way it gets rid of my head. I think it'd be a good time. So that takes you to a different room. Oh, and that's the fail state. Examine the symbol. So where's the actual one of these? Oh, go through portal. That's what it was. That was the one we had. You slice into your hand, creating a deep cut. Okay, so let's replace choice 1 with that to go through portal. And we're also going to switch. So floor sigil. We're still calling it a sigil. Floor sigil activated is on. Okay, so we need to turn on switch 69. Nice. I always forget that that one is switch 69. When you release, change it to that, and then turn on switch 69. Go. Floor sigil activated. Okay, then at that point, what do we need to do? I think we can keep all of this. We just need to change how this is working. So the way we're going to do this is we then need to say conditional branch if the switch floor sigil activated is on, also with an else handler. So if it's on, well, okay, so it's off, do this. And then if it's on, we want to have this exact same thing, just minus this extra one. So let's get rid of that, put that there. Okay, and then the actual teleportation, I believe, is over here. So I believe this is, yeah, level select to dungeon. So that is the actual teleportation. Okay. So I think what we can do is we should just be able to copy that, come over here. So if you release, just do that. Okay, there we go. Now we need to do an actual... Okay, yeah, now we need to actually remove the health from the player. That we will come down here to this. We're just going to grab this exact same thing here. That JavaScript command. Because that one is renaming, but it can also change the actual variable itself too. Yeah. Yes. So right here, so we're going to say script call. We're going to say game variables.set value. Was it 56? 51. We're going to set 51, which is the player's... No, that was the max HP. 50 is the player's current HP. We're going to say game variables.set value 50 to be equal to game variables.value Yeah, so the way that it would work with JavaScript, you would say to be able to set a variable, you would say set variable 50 to variable 50 minus floor.round game variables.value 51 times 0.25. So that should remove a quarter of the max HP from the player's HP. Yes. Game variables.set value. Okay, so we open parentheses. We got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. So that should be changing or subtracting from your max, from your current HP. Okay. Yeah, I think that should be all that we need. Cool. All right, and then in here, you release. So we also want to say if the variable 87 is on. Yes. So if the two master page actions is equal to 1. Oh my goodness! Blaze Bits!
Welcome Blaze Bits and your 42 amazing audience members.
Thank you. I appreciate the raid. Well, welcome everyone. Glad you're here. We're
Thanks for the follow, CFG_338.
Wait, is that also loud? I don't know why I'm having some issues with the sound today, but welcome everyone. Glad you're here. Thank you for the raid, Blaze Bits. I appreciate that. How's everyone doing tonight? Hopefully doing well.
Thanks for the follow, Blaze Bits.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Well, since everyone's here, we can give this a test, and you can all see if I fail horribly. We'll see. We will see. Anyway, yeah. So welcome for everyone new here. We are making a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG type thing, and it's coming along. We're making progress. But yeah. So basically, general sense and idea of the game is. It's a randomly generated dungeon, and you are going around, you are killing monsters, collecting items. The combat, though, is Blackjack. So I don't have any monsters spawning right now. We've been testing some stuff, so I've turned them all off. So for anyone who wants to wait and see what that's like, we will see right after we test this. But yeah, so that is what we got going on. So welcome, glad you're here. And yeah, if you've got any questions about the project, feel free to ask. We're all here to chat and hang out and have a good time. And if it doesn't seem like the thing for you, then I appreciate you being here for whatever time you're here for. Okay, so we need to go to room 59. Okay, there we go. So, if we submit a blood sacrifice, our own blood sacrifice, it should subtract our health by 13, and it should open up the sigil. Is that going to happen? I don't know. Let's find out. So you slice into your hand, creating a deep wound, causing blood to begin to pool in your palm. Drops of blood begin to fall into the obelisk, making it spring to life. So yeah, so it damaged us. That would be 13 HP. Yep, there we go. So it does 13 HP. Awesome. Now we don't have it actually animating yet. We do need to do that. But hey, it damages us, and it goes there. So now if we were to go through portal, it should run through just taking us off this floor, and then we should be good to go after that. It's probably gonna look really janky. Let's see what happens. Very janky, but we're on floor 2, and it's a whole new floor, and we can go around and do all that fun stuff. So awesome. So it technically works. A little janky, a little buggy. We're gonna get there. We're gonna make it look better. But yeah, so Blaze Bits, if you're still here, what kind of stuff you've been up to tonight? Kind of stuff you're working on? Also, Autumn__ says, I hath returned. Welcome back. I was not expecting to be back, but welcome back. Glad you're back here. Who up? Blazing they bits. It's a great question, Laughing Sec. That's a great question that I wish I knew the answer to. Okay, so I can show for anyone who is, again, interested, I will turn the monsters back on so you can kind of get a general idea of what the game will look like as you're actually playing it. So yeah, so like I was saying, dungeon crawling, roguelike, old school style RPG. You know, you'll create your character, all that fun stuff. And yeah, so the twist is you are fighting, the combat mechanics are blackjack. So with the regular monsters, basically the way that it'll work is they will draw 2 cards, you'll draw your 2 cards, as normal blackjack would be, but the monsters cards are both face up, so you know how high they've drawn, and they will only draw up to 2 cards. So basically the way you can think about this number is their combat power. So, or not their combat power, their armor class. So their armor class right now is 14. So I need to draw at least a 14 to be able to hit them. So I've got a 7, so I can't attack them. I need to draw again. We've got a 15 now, so I could attack, and there we go. It would do damage to them. Fantastic. 17, 17. So the way that the ties are going to be handled in this game are the ties go to the player. So since it's both 17, 17, I can attack. So there we go. And yeah, that's combat. So that's combat for the regular monsters you'll find. Trying to go for a little bit easier of a way to actually kill them. There will be mini bosses on the floor where you're playing like actual blackjack against them. So you know, it's typical, if you know blackjack rules, you'll draw 2 cards, the mini boss will draw 2 cards, but it'll, you know, kind of like how regular blackjack is, you'll only see the 1 card on top, the other one's hidden. You'll draw as many as you want, up to 21, and then once you've gone, then the monster will go, and so long as they don't either, as long as you don't bust, and so long as they don't draw higher than you, then you get to attack. But if they draw higher than you, and all that fun stuff, then they'll attack you, and yeah. Anyway, hopefully that sounds like a good time. If it does, make sure to follow. You know, we live stream every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, so yeah. Same time, same place, every time. Yeah. You should add fishing, you know, for a good hooker joke. I could do that. We could throw some fishing in here. A subtle one. Let's see here. Oh wait, what else did you say? Control. Oh man, Blazing They Bits just sent me into giggle fit. It's a good time. Anyway. Let's see here. Autumn__ says, I decided to try one last time and it worked. Well, there we go. Very nice. Are y'all new? Yeah, we did. We just got a raid of 42 absolutely fantastic individuals. So, welcome. Yeah. We have many people here. Was there a raid or something? Oh, yeah. Yes, we did. I realized I just answered that question. Anyway, yes, very, very fun, very nice. So yeah, thank you once again, Blaze Bits, for that raid. I appreciate that. And yeah, we will continue with the game dev, so hopefully it'll be worth sticking around. I'm gonna bust. On the cards. The cards are gonna bust. Ooh, 21, there we go. I've realized that some of the terms in Blackjack can sound very weird out of context. I probably shouldn't say things like that outside of context. All right, so yes, so we know that the oh my gosh, what did we decide to call it? The obelisk is technically working, so you can do a blood sacrifice. All of them, it's poker in general. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, some of the terms in even poker, a lot of card games have weird terms that, like, in the context of the game, it makes sense. But then we just say it out loud. It sounds kind of weird. Tons of bad taste jokes. Sounds like the kind of jokes that are right up your alley. Control. Odd__ says, hi to all the new people. I'm the 3rd coolest person here after Axel and Moonman's wife. Wait, it's not even me? So it's just Moonman's wife and Axel? I see how this is. Okay. So that's you actually giving your own blood sacrifice. Cool. What have we actually done on this thing? Spawn the obelisk randomly. That one is done. We did get that. Cool. Make the obelisk functional. I mean, it technically is. I do want to get it working, like actually showing the animation when it's on. So let's do that really quick. How are we going to do that? I think we're going to handle that with the animation event, maybe? Monster animation, dice move, room decor animations. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is set up for 4 frames of animation. I think probably what we can do. So if the player's location is not equal to mini boss spawn location, that's 523. And if decor animations are on, okay. Game variables 840 plus 100 equals 4. Oh, okay, that is specifically what decor what decor ID it has. Okay, that should be fine. So you got torch animation 1, torch animation 2. So I think what we can do is we're going to come over here. So we're going to say conditional branch if the variable or if the switch floor sigil activated is on, and if the variable, conditional branch, we want to say if player's location is equal to 36, the starting exit room. Let's actually throw that there and throw that in there. So basically just saying, is the player in the exit room and is the floor sigil activated on? If that's the case, then we're going to call this one animate activated obelisk. So if room decor animation frame is equal to 0. Yes. Okay. So we would just need to show picture 24. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Is this actually showing as picture number 24? This is 25. I think that should be fine, because that would mean we should be able to have decorations in the room with the obelisk, which I think should be all right. That should be all right. Calling me cool is like calling ice warm. Compared to 0 Kelvin, it is, but from most people's perspective, you are. So there you go. I would say you are 100%. Okay, so this is doing it for image 25. Yeah, well, so we'll probably just keep it like that. So in here, we're just gonna say for the crap, where were we? Player damage, room decor animations. So down here, activated obelisk. So instead of doing this for image 24, we're gonna do 25. I'm gonna say this is, what did I call these again? Obelisk. Obelisk 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I guess we could keep that same naming convention. Yeah, let's leave it named Obelisk 3. Why not? Why not? 3-1. And then 640, 128, 100, 100, 255. And then room decor animation frame plus 1. Yeah, fine. And then jump to wait time. Are we resetting this room decor animation frame when you leave the room? Maybe. Mutation Ivory says, Axel is pretty cool, but I am vain. Regardless, Axel is pretty cool. So 81 through 83. A saving throw. Okay, so we're not really resetting that to 0, are we? Anywhere? Turns on room decor animations. 87, 68. 81 through 83. Monster animation frames. What was it again? It was 59. I search for variable 59. Room decor animation frame. What is using this? So in the tomb, random gen, safe room. Yeah, so it'd be the tomb. And then room decor animations. Okay, so we are not resetting that anywhere. That is just in here. What we want to do is actually when we leave the room, we should turn off decor animations And then we want to control variables. We want to set room decor animation frame to go to 0. That way we will always start on the first frame of animation, meaning what we can do is in here, we can say, this should actually make this a lot more better. Control said that first obelisk looked pretty functional. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait, who was cooler? Poll ended. I did not even see the beginning of that poll. Well. Let's see. CFG underscore 338 says, I've been saying that Axel Benedict is an ice worm kind of do. See, there we go. There we go. I don't think that really works. Haven't we all thought that? If I truly was, I'd be a mod. That's fair. That's fair. Moonman, do something funny so I can continue interacting with chat in interesting ways and entertain them. You expect someone who's streaming to be entertaining? That's crazy. It's not gonna happen. Let's see here. Jerry says, do you know who Pirate Software is? I do. I absolutely do. You have a voice like his. Oh, well, I appreciate that. I feel like he's got a very good voice. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, very much so know who Pirate Software is. I don't want to say that I'm like copying him, but I feel like a lot of the shorts that I've uploaded are fairly close to copying him a lot of the time, for better or worse. So, but yeah, I appreciate that, Jerry. Thank you. All right. So basically, here's what we're going to do. Instead of going through and doing this every single freaking time, because that is just not a good way to do this, we're going to say this. We're going to say, so if room decor animation frame equals 0, we don't need to do that, actually. What we need to do is say, show the image. We're going to say obelisk 3 dash, and then plus game variables dot value 59. Well, okay, so it's resetting back to 0, but 0 is not a animation frame. So we need to say that plus 1. Because whatever that is, plus 1. Yes. Does all the rest of that. Fantastic. Then general ideas, we would add it to that, and then jump to that. And then at this point, we would then say, how many animation frames should there be? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we just need to say, if you are equal to 6, then you need to control variables, set 59 to equal 0, and then loop through all that again. I think that should actually be all we need. Pretty sure. We'll see. We will see. Loki says, I mean, definitely don't check the memes in Discord. Oh, no. Are there new memes that are getting posted? Let's give this a try. Let's give this a test, and we will just see if it's working. And then we're going to go check the memes. If you tell me not to go check them, I obviously have to go check them. All right, let's go to room 19. Oh, I forgot that we turned the monsters back on. What? Failed to load pictures dice 2-0. Huh? I have never had that error, ever. What the crap? Was that specifically because of this stuff? Or is there something else weird going on? That was very weird. I have never... Why was it trying to load 0? What? It's so bizarre. Okay, I mean, it could be one of a few things. So room decor animations. Set it to 0. Okay. That's the down. Is it loading anything based off of this variable? Variable 59. Okay. Jerry says, consider streaming early in the morning where you play RPG Maker made games before work. You call it morning. Never mind. I had thought about streaming early instead of streaming late. You know, maybe starting at like 3 or maybe 4 or something like that. I'm not a morning person at all. I'm not much of a night person either. It comes with age. But yeah, I thought about it for a whole 2 seconds and I'm like, no, I'm not waking up at 3 or 4 in the morning to stream. I would not be entertaining at all, which I know would be quite the feat comparatively to now. But yeah, no. I like where your mind is going though, but no. Let's see here. Oh, that's right, Axel. You did send me that. I need to listen to that song. I absolutely love Cascade. So Cascade 2 should be even better. I feel Moon Man is like a Poseidon to the Thor. Well, maybe not Poseidon, but another Greek god. I'll be Poseidon. I'll take it. Honestly, this is the perfect time for me to watch, but I will adapt, overcome, and watch the VOD. That's fair. I mean, my stream schedule probably won't change anytime soon. Probably the only time I will change up my stream schedule would be if it ever got to the point where I could actually do this like full time as a job, which is a very long ways away. So, yeah. So don't ever fear about having to change up the schedule of when you're actually watching this. So yeah. If it ever got to that point, I would absolutely love it. I'm not going to say that I wouldn't do it, but probably not going to happen anytime soon. Jerry, you're onto something. I used to watch Pirate Software a lot, but then found out he was kind of narcissistic and didn't ever take credit for anything bad he did and blamed it on others, so I stopped and then found you and was happy again. Well, there we go. I'm glad that I can be a replacement. I don't know. I know that there's been a lot of drama. I haven't really followed it because internet drama, I don't like paying attention to it at all. My wife absolutely loves internet drama and stuff like that because it's what does she call it? The low stakes drama is what she calls it. Is because it's like she can watch, she can take all of it in, she can absorb it all, but then none of it affects her at all. Like she can turn off whatever video she's watching about it, she can just change and just be like, whatever, doesn't affect me. So she absolutely loves that low stakes drama. For me, I'm like, So I watched a few videos about it. I didn't know enough to pick either side, so I don't know. What I have heard is it seems like it's very split. It's like some people are like, yeah, you're very narcissistic, and other people were defending it and are like, that sounds pretty typical. Like fan base is gonna defend the people that they're a fan of, and everyone else is gonna say the other thing. So I don't know, but I'm glad that I could be here. Glad that I could help you find someone to watch again. Small but rock solid says, I still watch him, but it kind of bothers people. Kind of bothers people. I've been waiting for Heartbound to come out for like 7 years, and he spends most of his time streaming. When he updates the game, it's like minor stuff. That is true. I did hear about that, and that one I would agree with. If you've been waiting for a game for that many years, and he barely puts out any kind of updates, it's like, I could. That's a frustration I can understand. World of Warcraft frustrations, I'm just like, I don't understand why people are getting mad about that stuff. Yeah, the actual him making a game thing, especially because that's like kind of the biggest reason why he grew so much, is because he was making a game that people enjoyed, and then he was just like kind of switched that to just being like a full-time streamer to like, play games, which, to each their own. If I can't say that I wouldn't do the same. Like, I don't know, if I had tens of thousands of people watching, maybe I would also be tempted to do something like that. But so I don't know. I don't want to like put myself in his shoes, but I'm also just kind of like, that one I do get. I do understand why people would kind of be upset that they've waited so long and they get like hardly any updates ever. Valid complaint, I say as a Project Zomboid fan. True, fair. Cough cough, Hollow Knight. Silk Song, cough cough. Silk Song is real, I can hardly believe. True, but at least more honest about it. That's fair, that's fair. Jerry says, Game Jam update. Oh, that's right. Let us, yeah, let's go take a look at the Game Jam update. Let's see what we got here. Hold up now. Wait. Voting ends in 1 month? Is the voting over? Voting ends in 1 month, 2 days, 23 hours, and 16 minutes. What? I thought we were down to like a week or so. Too many games, longer voting lengthened? That's what I'm guessing, because holy crap. Yeah, the last time we checked on this, there was like a month, I mean, not a month, like a week left of voting. Like that's about how much longer it was. Because it was supposed to be, I think, if I remember right, it was going to be May 21st was when the voting period was supposed to end. So yeah, so we would have had like about a week left at this point. Huh. Yeah, I guess there's just a ton of games.
I never been on an airplane before. I got to tell you, it was really great, except that I had to sit between two large Albanian women with excruciatingly severe body odor. The little kid in the back of me kept throwing up the whole time. The flight attendant ran out of Dr. Pepper and salted peanuts. The in-flight movie was Biodome with Pauly Shore. 3 of the engines burned out. We went into a tailspin and crashed into a hillside. The plane exploded in a giant fireball, and everybody died.
Tragic. Everybody died. Must be the end of the song. It's a good song. Good song. Anyway, yeah, probably just that, yeah, there were just so many, they just needed the extra voting time, most likely. Yeah, that would be probably the best guess, anyway. Oh, hey, look at that. Extending, voting extended to June 16th. Well, that would make way more sense. Due to the large number of entries, we're extending the voting period to June 16th. This extra time will ensure our judges have ample opportunity to thoroughly evaluate all submissions without needing to rush the process. Entrant voting will also be extended to the same date, giving participants more time to explore and rate each other's games. Winners will be announced shortly after voting concludes. Well, wow, only 8 hours ago. What should we say? We should say something like, definitely... Definitely more time required. There are tons of great entries this time. Yeah. There we go. Cool. Well, thank you for finding that. I appreciate that, Loki. To be fair, as someone who joined the jam, my game was not decent. Wait. Did you actually have one in there? Now I feel like I need to go find it. I'm gonna find it. Why was the voice so deep? I don't know. It's, I think there's just weird things going on with the text-to-speech for some reason. I don't know. Neither was Moon Man. It's just fantastic. Thank you, Autumn __. I appreciate that. Let's see. Ken PDX says, I'd buy that except for the peanuts. They don't serve those on airliners anymore. So therefore, I think this is fake. Probably. Maybe just a little bit. Yep, I'm gonna go find it then, Mutation Ivory. I'm gonna find it. We're gonna take a look at it. Albuquerque's a song I'd come out in 1999. Gameplay sucks, but the point was I made all the assets from scratch. Dragoon March system. Rebuilding it after the voting ends. Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably do the same. Not necessarily rebuilding, but expanding on my game once the voting actually ends. Add a little bit more here and there, you know. Let's see here. Anything else? I actually dug it a bunch because he felt very genuine to me. Wait. I am so sorry. Wait. The guy always felt disingenuous to me, but he's got a lot of people to make things, and that's cool. That's true. I don't really watch streamers anymore, though. I clicked on your video randomly and really dug it, so I'm hanging out. Well, I appreciate you being here, Control. Yeah, I also don't really watch many streamers, so I almost feel like it's kind of been a bit of a struggle trying to figure out how to stream, just because I don't watch streamers. And so I'm always like, what am I supposed to be doing? Like, so maybe I need to strike a better balance between the interactions and the actual dev work, but I don't know. I have a good time. It's called an addiction. You need help. I actually dug it a bunch because you felt very genuine to me, which is kind of funny. The flip side of the other guy, in my view. Well, I do try and be genuine. This is quite literally, I mean, aside from the talking as much, because if I was talking this much not on stream, I would probably need to go get diagnosed, because if I was responding to people who weren't here, it might be a little bit crazy. But yeah, this is basically just how I would act when I'm just building my game anyway. I talk aloud about what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, asking myself questions, things like that. So yeah, I was like, well, turn the camera on, throw a microphone in my face, and it's not going to be that different. Autumn__ says it is 12:47 for me, so I might actually head to bed now. If anything else, if anything exciting happens, tell me Thursday. All right, well, you have a good, absolutely fantastic evening, and we'll see you Thursday. Let's see here. Mission stage is over. Doesn't mean you could still work on the Lemonade game. I don't think so, because I don't think you can push out updates during the voting period. I don't know if it necessarily has that in the rules, but I don't think you can make updates to it during the voting period. Pretty sure. And then we discover the RPG Maker is coming out with a never version RPG MAI, RPG Maker AI, trained by Game Jams, so that you can now describe your game and get majority created an easily editable app. It's actually a brilliant idea. I feel like with RPG Maker, it'd be pretty easy if you could just do that. A newer version. Yeah, a newer version, not a never version, newer version. I'm kind of not looking forward to the day that that becomes a more widespread thing, because there's already so much slop out there. I worry for the day that someone can just like open up an app and just be like, I want a game that does this and it looks like this and it plays like this, and here's also what I want you to do. And then have the AI just create it, because yeah, it's just going to create so much more slop on Steam, and it's going to be not great, but oh well. Probably going to be the future, and we're just going to have to live with it. You can work on it, yeah, just no posting updates. Oh, well, that's true, that's true. I could be working on it right now, but I can't post the updates to it. Yes, absolutely. Or if you do, you have to specify and leave the update for the jam on the update list. It already exists, I forgot the name, but it's supposed to be just tech demos. That's true. I believe it's actually in, my gosh, Unity. I believe they have a plugin in Unity already to allow you to like type out what you want your game to be, and it'll like kind of build it. I'm pretty sure it was Unity, but I remember watching a video about it and I'm just like, and again, it generated like the most generic looking slop, and I'm like, please no. Please no. Okay, so maybe let's get rid of that frame reset. I don't think we actually need that, and I think that's what's actually bugging out the game. So let's get rid of that. We'll see what happens. All right. I'm doing it. Common events. I believe it's in here. There it is. Freaking. There we go. Now it will not do that anymore. Oh, we're also going to get rid of the monster spawns because I do not like fighting the monsters. Sam, I am. I mean, I like fighting them, just not when I'm trying to test stuff, because it just makes exploring the tomb so much longer. All right, let's get down to room 8. Oh yeah, maybe I should turn the traps off as well. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. There we go. I also need to center this a little bit better. Powerful force can be felt, yada yada yada. So if we submit blood sacrifice, then it should activate it. Let's see what happens. All right, there we go. It's all activated. Then if I leave, and if I come back, hey, there we go. It's all animated. A little slow, but yeah. Cool. It won't be good. It will just function acceptably usually. Yeah, true. First time I got curious enough to give it a whirl, I told it to make a 2048 and it actually did. First try. With zero animations or visual consideration. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it's kind of hit and miss. Like, honestly, with any of the coding, with any AI, it is 100% hit and miss. Like, sometimes it'll work well, and you can actually have it create something that is somewhat functional. I use it for just like very basic like JavaScript questions. I'll just be like, hey, you know, if I were to try to do this in JavaScript, how would I make this work? And it'll like spit something out, and then I'll usually be able to kind of make it work based off of that. Yeah, as far as just like writing full-on games and things like that, it can do it, but again, like, it's not great. So, yeah, it is cool that it's getting there, because eventually I feel like it could be a very powerful tool. And like, just so, the only other thing I'm going to say about AI, I think AI is an extremely powerful tool that when used by the right people is going to help elevate any kind of creativity, whether that is animation, like drawing, it's like digital art, programming and things like that, but it has to be used by someone who actually understands the medium. Like, you can't just be some random guy that comes in and you're just like, oh, give me some code, because you're not going to know what to do with that. Same thing with the art. Like, it can pump something out, but it's not going to be good. The person has to understand what makes good art, what makes a good bit of code, what makes things actually work and function properly, so they can go in, take whatever the AI has spat out, and then actually make it good. So as far as like being able to cut corners, cut cost, anything like that, cut time spent on like the tedious, monotonous details, that 100%, absolutely, I can 100% agree with. I think probably the best description of this was from Corridor Digital. If anyone has ever watched their content on YouTube, the way they were describing it was you could use it. Maybe it wasn't Corridor Digital. Now I can't remember exactly who it was. But anyway, they were saying probably the best use case for AI art that they could think of was for artists. They could create something that would include all the details for like bricks on a castle or shingles on a roof or blades of grass, something that would just be ridiculously time consuming for an artist. It would just spit all of that out, generate all of that they could use, and then they could put their art on top of that. So you've got all the background stuff that like most people aren't going to care about anyway, and all of that time consuming stuff would be taken care of by the AI, and then the artist could focus on the rest of the art that people are actually paying attention to. So that's like the best way that I've heard it described, and I'm like, that would be an absolutely fantastic use case. Instead of the artist having to spend, 8, 10, 12 grueling hours individually drawing out bricks and grass and all those tiny little details in the back that, again, like, it builds up to a better image, but they don't really want to sit there and do every single individual leaf or things like that. The AI can just be like, here you go, spit it out, there you go, and then they can go in and fine tune it. So as far as stuff like that, I think it's absolutely fantastic. Everything else is just kind of like, it's cool, but it's not great. We have tools for that already, digital brushes, copy paste, etc., etc. That is true. And I feel like this is probably just like the next iteration of those types of tools, as long as it's being used as a tool for those specific things. So I don't know. I know it's a very controversial topic, and so I know that there are people that absolutely hate AI, and I can completely understand their point of view. I know there are people that are like, AI is going to replace every single artist, like, go find another job, and it's like, it's not anytime soon anyway. Because the thing is, like, as soon as there's no more artists to keep inspiring and having the AI learn, then it's not going to change at all, ever, because it goes off of what has been created already. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna get back to this. So yes, so it's animating now, absolutely fantastic. We need to actually move this down though a bit. It's too high. It's blocking the door. If we were to keep spawning it into a place where there are no doors, this would work. But I think we want to be able to have doors, so let's put it a little bit more into the center of the room. Let's see. Night Wintertooth says, it's good as a tool, but should never replace your own creativity. Absolutely. Well, because that's the thing. AI has no creativity. Like, you literally cannot program creativity. That is solely a human trait. Like, a computer cannot be creative. As much as Microsoft tries to push in their AI that you can turn on creative mode, like, you cannot program creativity. Creativity comes from human experiences and emotion, and that just, you can't program that into AI. You can emulate it, but you can't create it. And so, yes, you can emulate that creativity, but it's coming from some human's creativity. And so, if it ever got to the point where people thought that artists could be replaced by AI, it would just be a facade. It would be a face. You would be replicating that creativity that humans had developed. And it would just stop there. Like, there would be no new creativity at that point. So yeah, that's why I do not think the AI will ever replace artists, because it can't. Like, the soul is creativity, and a computer cannot be creative. It can replicate, but it cannot create its own original works. My bigger problem with AI is the fact it's all functioning off of stolen artwork. There are no theft-free databases. True, and I will also say probably the best way to actually create good AI is for, again, actual artists to create their own AI models based off of their own artwork, so it can kind of, be able to replicate their own work. Because at that point, they're not stealing, it's their own artwork. And so at that point, it's like, absolutely fantastic. But yes, when these other AI companies are just scraping databases and pulling in tens of billions of images from the internet, it's like, those aren't yours. Like, so yeah, I do 100% have a problem with that. But I will also say, I do kind of agree with the people who say that you could kind of make the same argument where when a person is learning art, they're kind of stealing it as well. So I can understand that argument. I will agree to a point. When someone is learning, you're usually learning off of some other artist, but that is a starting point. For the AI, that is the start, the middle, and the finish. They start copying other people, it continues copying other people, and it will continue forever to copy other people. As far as actual human artists, though, you may start by copying other people, learning tricks and tips, learning tips and tricks to be able to learn how to better create art, but that is the starting point for humans. And then humans will develop that into their own art styles, their own things, and then they will create their own new methods and their new art styles. So anyway, we're going to move on now. But yes, AI, absolutely fantastic, powerful tool, but definitely needs to be handled properly by actual artists who know how to create art, by actual programmers who know how to program, so they can use those tools in the right way. You're not going to hand me an auger and be like, okay, maybe an auger is not the right word, not the right tool comparison. Think of some crazy tool. You're not going to hand me some kind of huge equipment and be like, hey, go do this thing, because it's like, yeah, it's a very powerful tool that can do this job, like a backhoe. You're not just gonna put me in a backhoe and be like, go dig a hole over there. It's like, could I maybe figure it out? Probably. Is it gonna be a good hole? Absolutely not. But someone who knows how to use a backhoe, they're gonna be able to dig a crazy good hole super fast versus just using a shovel. Anyway, I keep saying we're gonna move on. We'll move on. But yeah, that is my thoughts and opinions. I know that some people are going to disagree. Some people are going to say that I'm not going far enough in terms of accepting AI, but I don't know. I think it's cool. As long as it's used correctly and not stealing, I think it's cool. But yeah, definitely we still need human artists out there in the world. Let's see. Night Wintertooth says, subscribe. I like roguelikes. Best of luck with your game dev journey. I learn more by watching. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, it's hopefully should be a good time once we get this finished. Fingers crossed. Yeah, it's a slow process. We're gonna get there. So I appreciate that. You're gonna get the fixed cardinal directions of fully rotating camera. Probably not. We're probably gonna go with a locked north-facing camera, and then you'll be moving from left to right, forward to backward. So I don't know. I've thought about, and it has been brought up by a few people now, if we're going to actually be able to allow you to rotate. I think probably for this project, we will just go with a north-facing locked camera, and you'll just kind of strafe left and right and move back and forth. Maybe on the next one, we will do something where you can actually turn, but I feel like the benefits of being able to rotate and look different directions, I almost feel like it would be worse for the player, especially because like you can see the whole room without having to rotate. So I don't know. We may look into it in the next one, but for now we're probably going to keep with the north locked camera. But that is a great question. I appreciate that. Control says, "What did you call me?" Remember to like and subscribe. That's true. Yeah. Make sure to like and subscribe. Does every floor have a full set of rooms? Rotate is too much scope creep for this, in my opinion. So if what you're meaning, so does every floor have a full set of rooms? Oh, are you meaning like this map here where it shows, whoop, come on. So are you meaning like this, like all 60 rooms? Because if that's the case, no. So each floor is going to have right now it's set to 40, so it'll generate 40 rooms, and then it will interconnect all of those. So I actually have we did go over it quite a bit. I mean, this was a good month and a half, 2 months ago now at this point. But yeah, so in here, we've got our event here called the RTG spawn, or the random tomb generation spawn. So basically all of this code here is generating the floor that you're on, and then putting in, the player, the exit, and all that fun stuff. But essentially what we can do is right here, we've got this variable called the RTG number of rooms, and I have it set to 40. So I could set this to be 10, and the floor would only have 10 rooms. So yeah, so we can have it set to as many or as few as we would like, but 40 felt like a good sweet spot of just enough, but not too many. So anyway, yeah, to answer your question, yes. So we spawn 40 rooms, and that way it'll kind of get like a good snake-like layout to the rooms. So it's not just a giant block of rooms. You can go in any and every single direction. Let's see here. Knight says, "I like the idea of a fixed camera, honestly, because can take advantage of things being just slightly out of view / the non-observant eye will miss. Made you look." Yeah, and that's kind of, so my reason for being a north locked camera, like just a forward-facing camera, was more of me just being lazy from an artistic point of view. So like we could have an actual direction that you were facing, but then I would have to animate this whole scene, because this is all it's just an image. Like it's not an actual 3D scene or anything like that. So if we were to actually make it so you could rotate, I would have to create some kind of animation. Like I would have to animate the room in some way, shape, or form, and I'm lazy and I don't want to do that. So I was like, north facing, it's locked that way, and call it good there. So yeah, but yeah, hopefully it doesn't become like a detriment to the actual function of the game, and hopefully it doesn't make it less fun to play. Fingers crossed. I guess we'll see. Fingers crossed. I already said fingers crossed. We will see. Time will tell. That's the term I was looking for. Time will tell. 100 smiley. Who is doing that? It could be anyone. It could even be me. Anyway. Oh, let's see here. Oh man, I have missed so much over on Twitch. I am so sorry. Let's see, we already have tools. The biggest problem with the AI is the fact, let's see, Ken PDX said, does that imply that human brains are something other than computers of some sort? To a degree, I would say, yeah. Well, because here's the thing. Humans invented computers. Like a computer is not going to... A computer can't do anything that it is not told to do. Now, AI very well could change that. We could eventually get to the point where AI will start, like, building itself. But for now, like, it has to be created by humans. So, hopefully that answers your question. Let's see, if AI gets too good, then that question will be asked more. Oh, well, there we go. Yeah, what DV's Oatmeal said. Problem is AI is a product. Learning off of someone is not making something for sale. True. But I did go over this ramble in the Discord already, so I shan't clog the stream. No, you're good. Let's see. Many artists learn techniques to improve their quality to sell more art. The other artists already accepted this. Some even make lectures and lessons on purpose True, true. Anyway, we slice it. As an artist who has been paid for art, I do not like AI. That is fair. That is totally fair and completely understandable and justified. Just realize the chat scrolls down instead of up. It does. That's true. Yeah, it does scroll down here. I figured having the newest chats at the top would make the most sense. So yeah, so if you're reading it in the screen here, you're going to have to look at the top for the newest. Let's see. Oh, Knight. I don't have anything like that set up as far as like bots and things like that to help give that kind of information. But I can get you that kind of information. Come over here to Discord. Let's see. Let me pull this up really quick. Don't want to reveal my hidden chats. Pull up the Moonwood game server. Bring this over here. I will go into the server rules. We will... Where the freak is it? Invite to channel. There we go. Edit invite. We'll just do that. Copy. There we go. There we go. So yeah, there's a link to the Discord if you would like to join. You know, no pressure. You don't have to. But if you would like to join the Discord, we've got a handful of fun people in here. So we have a good time. We have some good chats about, I don't know, things in general. It's a good place to talk about art. Share memes. Oh my gosh, you guys did have a really long conversation about this. I'm gonna have to go back and reread that. Oh, that's right, memes. We were gonna take a look at this. Oh no. Not taken out of context at all. All right, Loki. All right, Loki. What do we got going on here? All right, everyone. We're gonna give this a little bit of a pause. Turn this up. We're just gonna see what did I say that is definitely not taken out of context. For anyone, if you are learning RPG Maker, I wouldn't recommend it. There was gonna be a but there. I was 100% gonna say but. But yeah, for anyone, if you are learning RPG Maker, I wouldn't recommend it. Hold up now. For anyone, if you are learning RPG Maker, I wouldn't recommend it. Okay, I thought maybe you cut it. Nope, that is exactly what I said. Fair. Oh man, all right. Jerry says, I only like ooh, had a freaking stroke there. I only like to bowl spam, share not safe for work, and other stuff on Discord. Sorry, that goes against the server rules. But yeah, no bull spam. No bull spam. Yeah. All right. Anyway, yeah, Knight, if you also, I hope you're okay with me just calling you Knight instead of Knight Wintertooth. Or if you'd prefer me to call you Winter, or Tooth, or Wintertooth. Anyway, as you can tell, I am not the most experienced of streamers by any stretch of the imagination. So, still learning all the ins and outs, all the bots and all that fun stuff.
Thanks for the follow, Mystic Simon Yo Yo Yo.
Mystic Simon Yo Yo Yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. Glad you're here. Oh, it is cut. That was a very clean cut. I thought that I saw it cut, and then I rewatched it, and I was like, no, that's not cut, but it is cut. Loki, you liar. It's not a non-honest quote. That's fair. It does sound like something I would say, though, so can't really blame you. Also, Mystic Sim... Oh my gosh, I said it right the first time. Mystic Simon Yo Yo Yo. Welcome. Hello. How's your night going? Or day? Or morning? Wherever you may be in this world. Hopefully it's going well for you. So I think we're probably going to move down... How far should we move this thing down? Maybe... 24 pixels? 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll give that a try. We'll see what happens. I think what we're going to do is we will just move that once. We're going to come in here, see what it looks like. If we feel like it looks good, then we'll keep going. East Coast. Okay, all right. So definitely a little bit later for you. I'm more on the West Coast, and so yeah, it's a little after 11 here. So not super late, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Oh, Mystic Simon Yo Yo Yo. That makes more sense. Well, Mystic Simon Yo Yo Yo. Welcome. I feel like the text-to-speech sometimes messes me up more than it should, because sometimes it doesn't know what to make out of a username, and so, yeah. Cool. Well, glad you're here. Loki says, that is why it's in memes. Part 1 is you saying, if you're using RPG Maker, the I don't recommend is taking... Oh, okay. All right. That makes more sense. But following the logic, everything is mathematics, from simple machines to combining them for more complicated machines like a computer. That's fair? I mean, to be fair, computers are just complicated rocks, really. Very, very complicated rocks that are way smarter than I could ever be. But I've never seen a computer smash rocks into little pieces and create itself, so... Anyway. Let's see, Knight says winter. Okay, well then never mind. Winter says winter. Hey, that's the fun of it. Everyone learns as they go. Very transparent. Exactly. Having fun streaming is what you should be doing. And that is exactly, like, I'm having a blast doing it. I'm having a good time streaming. I'm having a good time making the game in front of everybody, as much as I may mess up and fail every now and then. Yeah, whoa. Well, that's a bug. I literally did not have to do anything to pass that puzzle. It should have been something like that. That was exciting. Anyway, yeah, having a blast. Absolutely a grand old time doing this. So, yeah, can't complain. Can't complain. I just need to spend a little bit more time learning the ins and outs of streaming so I can make it maybe a little bit better of an experience for people. Okay, that is still way too high. Maybe it's just too large. Is that the issue? Maybe it's just way too large of a decoration. Yeah, maybe we should... Should we just go back to the original, where it only spawns in rooms that don't have a north-facing direction? Yeah, maybe we go back to that. It's just, yeah, it's just way too big for these rooms. Yeah, we might do that. All right, never mind. We're going back to that. If streaming hurts, you should consult a doctor. That's true, yeah. If you are streaming and it hurts, definitely talk to a doctor about that. On the real, if you recolor those OG obelisks, they could make really cool looking spikes. Yeah, we could do that as well. And yes, on the north thing. Yeah, all right. Good. I'm glad that I'm not the only one thinking that. Let's see here. Mystic Simon Yo says, doing all right. More coding for me to tomorrow. Good. Yeah. Coding's a good time. What are you coding? What are you working on? Not necessarily right now, if you're not working on some right now, but your active project, I should say. We are complicated rocks as well. I don't want to think of myself as a rock. Except for Dwayne. Dwayne can think of himself as a rock. But he's not just a rock, he is the rock. Computer science was discovered before we ever implemented a physical computer, for example, by Charles Babbage. It's a good point. Good point. Some elements were discovered before we ever found them. Likewise, some things were invented before they were fully understood. Like gravity. Mikori, OMG! It's the dev using RPG Maker to make a game that shouldn't be made in it. Hello. Welcome.
Mikori, I just redeemed stretch.
Well, everybody, time to stretch. Y'all ready for this? Follow me with the stretching. Oh, man. And the other way. And for anyone that does not have an absolutely jacked up back, here we go. Try not to fall backward. Oh, man, I need to stretch more often. Well, welcome back to the stream, Mikori. Glad you're here. I'm trying to learn Rust. Seems complicated, but no as pain in the ass like C. Not as pain in the ass as C. Wait, Rust? What is Rust? Rust language. Rust programming language. Huh. Why Rust? Performance, reliability, productivity. Language empowering everyone to build reliable and efficient software. Well. So it seems complicated, but it's not as big of a pain in the ass as C. That's good at least. I've been meaning to catch more of your streams. Totally understandable. I know that life is busy, so no worries at all if you're ever missing the streams. We do miss having you here, but...
Leap years happen every 4 years to account for the Earth's orbit around the Sun, which takes approximately 365.25 days.
It's true.
Not an exact 365 days. To account for the slight overcorrection, some years divisible by 100 are not leap years unless they are also divisible by 400, which is why the year 2000 was a leap year.
I am so glad that other people keep track of that kind of stuff and that it's just programmed into our phones and computers now. Because there's absolutely zero chance that I would ever be able to remember which years should be leap years and which ones shouldn't be. Let's see here. Language where the compile can understand a ternary to tell you to not use a ternary. You are using terms that you can theorize to discover true properties about, for example, an ideal Turing machine, even if you don't have the capability to make a physical computer. So it's a real thing in maths, regardless of technology. That's what computer science is all about. That's fair. It's hard to code, but more maturely made than C. Oh, gotcha. And Axel forgot the intro. Now we'll never know if it was a fun fact or not. Leap years, I prefer to call them extra long times. Oh man, Winter says, I'm learning Rust and borrowing the promises are confusing. Well, there we go. Got a couple people learning Rust together. It's all the rage these days. Bevy game engine. Well, Bevy is more of a framework than an engine. All right, no, you're totally fine. Totally fine. Gary says, I wonder if whoever made the meme would like to edit what you're saying right now and move it into a meme. Move it! Maybe. Probably. Programming a proper clock and calendar system was a fun early project. I like to do it in languages I'm learning. It's a good way to go. It's best when you're learning a new language just to keep it simple, find a very simple project, but something that's actually going to help you learn and grow in that project. All right. So, what do we need to do? We need to... that's a good question. Oh, we were making so it only spawns in non-north directional rooms. That's right. I like to move it. Exactly. Okay, so did we... Oh, that's right. We backed it up. For you. Okay, so we should just be able to copy that. I am so glad that I kept that. I am very glad that we kept that. There is one thing that we didn't keep, which I'm a little sad about, but should be fine. So set player spawn, set exit spawn. So it sets it to 1 through 60. So it sets it to 1 through 60. There we go. If I can speak English. So if we paste that there, and then we should just be able to cut that and put that in there. So yeah, because this is basically just saying, hey, is the room that it's being spawned into equal to 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 10, and 11. Those are the rooms that do not have northern facing doorways. Yes. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then the exit spawn checker equals 0. That was the variable we were using. Yes. So how were we doing that before? Because this was... Oh yeah, what were we doing? So we were saying, conditional branch, if the variable... What variable was it? 36. If the variable 36 is greater than or equal to... what would it have been? 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. So greater than or equal to 55. Oh, how was I doing this before? Because basically the idea was there's definitely going to always be Yeah, these top ones, there will always be a non-north face on all of these rooms, because, well, it's the very top of the dungeon floor. And so the chances of it spawning the exit somewhere up here is much more likely than it spawning somewhere in one of these rooms down here. The idea was if it spawned up here, we wanted it to go through and check it again. So if it's equal to, greater than or equal to 55. Oh my goodness, Z.A. Shaw.
Welcome Z.A. Shaw and your 77 amazing audience members.
Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome everyone, glad you're here. Yeah. Z.A. Shaw says, welcome sir, how's your game going? It is going absolutely fantastic, thank you for asking. We are just working on making a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG with a little bit of a twist. So, I'll give everyone a quick tour if you are interested. So, anyway, yeah, again, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. That is absolutely fantastic. Very kind of you. Let me just come in here. We're going to turn the monster spawns back up. So we've got those spawning again. And yeah, so basically, really quick rundown for anyone here, which first of all, thank you for being here, everyone. I appreciate that. So it is a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG where it is a randomly generated dungeon and you are going through collecting items, fighting monsters, all that fun, normal stuff. But the little twist that we're trying to go for is the combat is based on blackjack mechanics. So I'm going to try and make sure that I don't miss anything. But yeah, so basically the general idea is you will draw your cards, the monster draws their cards, and the way that it'll work is as the monster draws their cards, it is setting their combat, not their combat power. I made this mistake before when I was explaining it. It will set their armor class. So since the monster drew a 7 and a 2, their armor class is 9. So I would have to draw at least a 9 or above to be able to attack them. So I drew an 18, so I'm able to attack. There we go. Their armor class this time is an 8. That, again, is a horrible example of good armor classes. But anyway, so that is the general idea of the combat. That's how that works. And so you're just playing blackjack against them, and that's how you are actually damaging them. This poor slime didn't know what hit him. But anyway, so yeah, that is the general twist that we've got going on. The blackjack mechanics for combat. And then other things that are going to be in this game. So as you're going around, you are collecting d20s. The d20s are linked to different elements. Okay, there was definitely not a dice in here before, and now there was. Crap, did we reintroduce? I think there was a bug that we reintroduced, unfortunately. So there used to be a bug where it would, when you killed a monster, it's supposed to be able to drop dice, right? There we go, blackjack. Oh my gosh, 2 blackjacks in a row. So if we leave the room and come back, crap, I reintroduced a bug. My bad. Anyway, yeah, so you're collecting d20s. The d20s are linked to different elements. So blue is water, green is earth, and then purple is like necro, that kind of stuff. And then there are also red dice that are linked to pyro, to fire. And basically the dice are linked to spells with the cards. And so you will level up your spells as you collect these dice. And as you level up your spells, they will be linked to the cards, and so they'll do more damage as you're going through all that fun stuff. I feel like I am explaining this absolutely horribly, so I apologize. But anyway, if this seems or sounds like a game that would be maybe fun or interesting, make sure to leave a follow. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, same time every time, so 8:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time till about 12:30 p.m. or a.m. Mountain Standard Time. This is definitely not going to be crazy long streams like that. But yeah, so anyway, thank you again so much for the raid there, Z.A. Shaw. And yeah, how is your evening going? How was your stream? How'd all that go for you? Battle Gnome 3 says, welcome to Morning Zoo Drive Time Game Dev. I like it. I don't understand it, but I like it. Even someone says, but it's a fun thought experiment to dive into those semantics. Fair. All right, let's see. Over on YouTube, let's see here. More of a framework. Jerry says, I wonder if whoever made the game. Oh wait, no. Sorry, I already read that one. Programming proper clock. If I can get open NGL triangle on a window, it's a good first day. Fair. You got to make one of those pre-rolls that explain all this. I should. Holy crap, I should really do that. Yeah, I should definitely make something to where like whenever we get raided or there's like a huge new group of people, I just need to be like, all right, everyone enjoy this 5-minute quick recap of what is actually going on here. But anyway, yeah, so cool. Let's see, Battle Gnome says, oh, I just realized it's Battle Gnome, not Battle Gnome 3. My apologies. Isn't that Socratic, the idea that we already contain knowledge in our subconscious that can be accessed through an application of reason? Maybe. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Now I can't remember if I asked. Z.A. Shaw, how did your stream go? Hopefully it all went well. What were you working on? Or, I guess not necessarily you had to be working on something. What were you up to on your stream? How did it go? Was it a good one? All right, so let's go find the exit room, which is room 55. We're just gonna run. We're not gonna focus on any of this stuff here. Oh. Crap. I now know what dice 2-0 is. 2-0 is the dex saving throw. And I don't know if anyone noticed, for any returning viewers, I redid the dice graphics to finally reflect our good old Devious Oatmeal's design that were created. And I forgot that I need a dice 2-0, because when you're doing the dex saving throw, it needs a blank dice to actually show. So I'm gonna fix that really quick. That is my bad. Oh my gosh. Let's set that to that. And oh, that was smoothing. Not smoothing, opacity. There we go. Let's get that all filled in. Fantastic. Save that as dice 2-0. There we go. Now we can actually do dex saving throws. That makes so much more sense. All right, coming back over here, new game, yada, yada, yada. Probably should have turned off the monsters now that I'm thinking about it. That's okay. Let's come over here. We're gonna do 36. So room 57. Cool. Set up over here. Actually, let's test out the dex saving throw. There we go. That's more of what's supposed to happen. Fantastic. Okay, let's do that trap puzzle. Wait, where are we heading? 57. Would you go up? Crap. Go back down. All right, never mind. We're turning off the monsters. Everyone got the general gist of the monsters, right? It's, yeah. It's Blackjack to fight. That is the general difference with the combat in this game, is you use Blackjack instead of just regular RPG combat. So anyway, right now we're working on trying to get the exit working for the floors. So I think I mentioned before, the floors will all randomly generate, not auto generate, they'll randomly generate every time. So it's a new floor layout every time. And then, yeah, but then the way to get from floor to floor is there will be like a portal you have to open up, and the portal is currently randomly spawning in rooms, and we're trying to get all that functionality working correctly. So let's head up to room 52. Go. Okay, well, that is correct. It's spawning in the room that doesn't have a north-facing thing, so awesome. And if we submit a blood sacrifice, it opens up. Cool. Yeah, I think... Yeah. Okay, so let's update this graphic really quick. So this is the off graphic, and we did 24. So let's do 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, save that. Okay, so that's back to normal. That's good. Oh, that's what we're doing. Okay, now we need to make it so when it's spawning the exit. Yes, that's what we were talking about. Yes. Okay. So yes, when it's spawning the exit, it has a much higher chance to spawn up here because there's always a non-north facing room in all 6 of these rooms. So to give it a better chance of spawning somewhere further down in the dungeon, we need to give it a couple different chances to spawn. Yeah. Also, for anyone new, I think I said this before, but for anyone new, if you're interested in following this, and this is, applies to both YouTube and Twitch. If you're new and you're interested in following, make sure to give a follow and or subscribe if you're over on YouTube. And yeah, definitely helps out the channel, and I 100% very much appreciate it. Yeah, there's my obligatory content creator spiel. Let's see, what do we got? You can clip this and put it on his channel. Yeah, I need to actually, I should probably, write up an actual script, record the video, and then play that every time we need to explain it, because, yeah. You can clip this and put it on his channel. This one was an absolutely horrible explanation, so for everyone that's here from the raid, I sincerely apologize. This is probably the worst explanation I've ever given, so I apologize for that. Hopefully it still seems interesting. Fingers crossed. Also, yeah, Winter 21. I do. It's so satisfying when you get a Blackjack. It feels so good. Not that you don't explain it well every time or anything, but they are usually really fun, and you seem to enjoy the creative side of those things. That's true. Please tell Battle Gnome that what they are referring to is called innate knowledge, not Socratic. Well, there you go. It's innate, apparently. It's innate knowledge. Minority opinion, I love Neovim. I don't know what that means, or what it is. I'm glad you do. I don't see what's not to love. I don't use it personally, but I understand why you love it. Well, there we go. At least someone does. Going without code, completion, or co-pilot learns me a lot more. Okay. All right, just making sure that I'm not missing any chats. Cool. All right, so basically what we need to do is before it starts looping, we need to cut that and put this before the loop. So the exit spawn checker, this is going to be a variable that we are going to increment by 1 every time it tries to spawn. Oh wait, did I hit cancel? I hit cancel on this. I should have hit apply. Oh well, that's fine. So yeah, so it sets a random number between 1 and 60. And then we need to do conditional branch. If the variable starting exit floor or starting exit room is greater than or equal to, was it 53? Is that what it was? 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. 55. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. Yes, okay. So if you're greater than or equal to 55, then basically what we need to do it's gonna be the best way to do this. So if you're greater than or equal to 55, I guess we could always just say if you are less than 55, do that. But then if you are not, then what we're going to do is say control variables, add 1 to, what was it, 58, 59, 57? No, I don't remember. It was 85. 85. Add 1 to 85. No, that's not going to be right. That's not right. I'm looking at. Anonymous __7_ says, what am I looking at with this coding style? To clarify, I'm confused what I'm looking at. That is fair. Let me help you understand what you're looking at. You can understand and not be confused at what you're looking at. So this is RPG Maker. I don't know if you've ever heard of or seen RPG Maker, but basically it's made for making RPGs. It is a very, very basic engine. The best way I could describe it, it is made for just visually programming things. So very quick rundown. If you've never used or seen RPG Maker, basically the way that it works is you have each map or like scenes. You would have all these different scenes, and on the scenes you can add events, and then in the events you can tell it what to do here in the content section. So you can be like, show text, and be like, hello world, harking back to very real world programming stuff there. And it would then show message, hello world. You can do things like show choices, and you can be like, yes, no, maybe, and so, that kind of stuff. So anyway, very much so just like a visual programming. So it's supposed to be very basic to help anyone who's new or wanting to experiment with creating games. And yeah, it's an absolutely fantastic, great place to start learning. I would highly recommend it if anyone is wanting to start learning how to make a game. Very much so recommend RPG Maker. It is very basic, but it lets you do basically whatever you would like to do in terms of, you know, creating a top-down Zelda-like RPG. But the great thing about it is that it does allow you to go even further and beyond that, because it does allow for JavaScript to be input. And so you can, there's like whole plugins that you can use to be able to change how the game plays and how it all functions. But on top of that, you can also use just regular old JavaScript calls. And so you can go in and write your own JavaScript and do all sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, hopefully that is descriptive, so you don't feel like you're looking at just an absolute weird mess. So yeah, it is very different in terms of, you know, how most games are programmed. Because it's not necessarily like node based like you could do with Unity or with Unreal. But it is very, like, it's you know, puts everything out in a list, but it is also very visual scripting, because you can just double click on a section and be like, I want to now, you know, shake the screen. And there you go, shakes the screen. But then you can also go in and you can, you know, do an actual script call and have it do more specific things. Let's see here. Anonymous says, okay, very interesting game engine. RPG Maker looks interesting, but I feel I'd be driven crazy. That's fair. If you have any experience with actual coding and using like other engines, it probably would be very frustrating for you. Yeah, definitely more of a early developer kind of path to go down. And then, you know, there are some people, you know, myself included, who spend probably more time than they should sticking with this engine. I mean, I've been using RPG Maker, not necessarily this engine, because this is like one of the newer-ish, but it's still probably like 12 years old now at this point. You know, been using the RPG Maker series for about 25 years now. Started using the first one back in 2000. But yeah, so it's definitely come a long ways. It opens up a bit more because of with JavaScript and all that fun stuff. Yeah, for anyone that's wanting to learn how to get into game making, this is a great way to not have to worry about how to program a game, but just be able to focus on how to make a game. Like, what are the processes? Like, it gives you a chance to be like, hey, spend more time on, you know, your design and all that fun stuff, and then worry about the coding later once you kind of get that mentality going. And then I would highly recommend for anyone to probably actually move on, try a different engine. You can do some great things with RPG Maker, but it is very limiting, for better or for worse. So, yeah.
Thanks for the follow, Coach Ripkins.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see here. What am I missing here? Over on YouTube? Going without code completion or Copilot. I already read that one. I'm excited to make some cool shaders. That is great. Always fun to make some shaders. My long-term goal, I've only gone so far as basic fragment and vertex shaders. You guys are just having an absolute blast of a conversation. I think Moonman was reading comments from YouTube. Oh, right. Sorry. How come I can't seem to see all of your replies? What are they saying about? Oh, yeah. So I am dual streaming, so I'm streaming on YouTube and on Twitch. So yeah, some of the comments you're definitely not seeing over on Twitch, just because it's YouTube chat. It should be up here on the screen, so it might be a little bit small, especially if you're watching on mobile. So if it's too small to see, I apologize. Yeah, so there are people over on YouTube as well as on Twitch. So yeah, that is why you can't see both of those, because over on Twitch, over on YouTube. Look at that. Jerry just said, hello everyone on Twitch. Over on YouTube now. Ooh. Very nice. Welcome to YouTube. Glad you're here. Yeah, I figured I would just dual stream, just that way if anyone has a preferred spot to watch and interact, that way you've got your options open. And hopefully that'll make it more fun. Hopefully. Interesting. It's like the WordPress of game development. My analogy. That is an absolutely fantastic analogy. And yeah, I would agree 100%. It's there to help you get started. Probably best if you don't use it for the rest of your life.
Hello everyone. Here's an Axel Benedict mini fun fact. A group of frogs is called an army.
That's a weird way to refer to a group of frogs. But I do like it. An army of frogs. A little bit more intimidating sounding. All right, so here we go. All right, let's see if I can get this flow figured out. So basically the idea is, so if your starting exit room is less than 55, I want you to have more of an opportunity to potentially spawn in there. So then it runs through all those conditional branches, checks to see if 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 10, or 11 is included in this variable. 97 plus game variables 36 times 4. Yeah, so this is basically just checking, is it in a non-north directional room? 97. What is 97? And then is it not where the player started? Okay, perfect. So then what do we got here? So this is setting to 0. But then if it is not, then what we want to do is add 1 to exit spawn checker. Maybe what we do oh man, my brain is starting to turn to mush tonight. It's only been 3 hours. My brain should not be turning to mush. How did I have this set up before? I know that I had this set up before, and it was working. Starting exit room, random number between 1 and 60. If you are less than 55. Yeah, if you're less than 55, that's good to go. I mean, I guess we could also just like throw this. Oh, no, actually, I know what we're going to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to set the exit spawn checker not to equal 0. We're going to have it equal 10, I suppose. Yeah, we do 10. We'll do 10. And then what we're going to say, well, I guess we can still just have it. Yeah, just 0, whatever. And then we're going to do a custom script call here. So variable 36. We're going to say script if game variables dot value variable 36
Thanks for the follow, Leaf_Ian_Anderson.
Thank you, Leaf Ian Anderson. I appreciate the follow. Glad you're here. I see RPG Maker. I slapped the follow. Well, I'm glad that I'm using RPG Maker then. It's a good time. I enjoy it. It's yeah. I know it's not as powerful as some engines, but I absolutely enjoy it. I love it. I think it's a good time. Yeah, welcome. Are you here from the ZA Shah raid, or are you over here on your own accord? So if game variables dot value 36 is less than 55, and if game variables dot value, what was it? Variable 85. The variable 85. Am I doing that right? Or do we need to go further in? No, that is right. Okay, so yeah, so if game variables 36 is less than 55. So this is basically saying, are you not on the top row? And is 85 less than, we'll just say 10? Yes. Okay, yeah. So that way it should make it so that it will more often than not spawn somewhere else on the floor. So if we come over here, so yeah, so all of these rooms, we want it to potentially be in one of these rooms more often than one of these rooms on the top section here. But if there just happens to not be a single room here that it can create the actual exit on, then you can just default back up here at the top. I think that should be correct. I guess we're gonna find out. Let us go in here and find out what's going on here. Leafy and Anderson says, own accord. Well, thank you. Glad you're here. And yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. All right, here we go. Let's come in here. Let's find out where to put the exit room. Put the exit room in room 50. Cool. Let's go to room 50. I've gone the wrong way. There we go. There's 50. Okay, there we go. We've got the exit obelisk there. So yeah, and we've got the self-blood sacrifice working. So if we were to cut our own hand and sacrifice 13 health, then it will open that up and it'll start doing this weird flashing thing, but then eventually animate properly. And now that's open up, and we could leave the room if we wanted to, go collect more dice, go kill some more monsters, whatever we needed to do in the room, finish exploring the floor, and then when we were done, come back over here. It's good to go. A magical portal is opened up. A low hum can be heard coming from the active sigil. Hold up now. Is that a different message? I might just be going crazy, but I think that's a different message. Down here to room 3. Okay, there we go. So if we do a blood sacrifice, you slice into your hand, creating a deep wound, causing blood to begin to pool into your palm. Drops of blood begin to fall into the obelisk, making it spring to life. Okay, that's right, that's right. So then if we were to leave and then come back, it does say a different message, but I think that should be fine. Magical portal is opened up. A low hum can be heard coming from the now active sigil. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And then you can go through portal and it's like, whoot, and kind of glitches and bugs out and doesn't do exactly what we need it to do, but it does take you to the next floor and then you can start exploring this new floor.
Thanks for the follow, Becca Bevy.
Becca Bevy, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. Come on in, sit on down, and hopefully enjoy your time here on the stream. It's a good time. I'm having a good time. Hopefully everybody else is as well. Blink twice if you're here against your will. Yes, yes. If you were brought over here against your will, call the number on the screen now because you may be entitled to your own payout. Z.A. Shaw has brought you all here against your will. I'm just kidding. I appreciate the raid. Very much so. Becca Bevy says, no, I came on my own free will. Okay, good. Well, glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. And I promise everybody that is here from the raid, I'm just making jokes. I'm very appreciative of the raid. And I'm very glad that you're all still here, so thank you. Oh.
Blink, blink.
Well, that's true. Axel is definitely here, not on his own free will. I read another quick summary thing. I know what you meant, but I'm also combining with other things that deal with labels and semantics. Loki says, I'm here against my will. Streamer won't let me leave. That's true. Loki, we talked about this. You are here forever. Cannot leave. You're stuck. What you here for? Oh, let's see. What am I missing over on YouTube? Over on YouTube now. Okay, that's where I left off. Wouldn't have found you. I prefer Ugargon. I don't know what that is. Not a single clue. Blink twice. Can't remember if a game maker has structs or not. Some variables could be grouped together in a struct or category. Maybe with game maker, but not with RPG maker, as far as I know. Using global variables everywhere is something you'll want to move away from eventually. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the way the variables work. Okay, all right. I am going to go on a little bit of a rant about variables with RPG Maker. If you are learning programming, variables in RPG Maker are probably not the best way to learn how variables properly work. It is a great way to learn how a variable works if you do not understand how a variable works in general. Which basically means, have you not made it through 5th grade? Then maybe learning variables with RPG Maker would be a great way to learn how a variable works. But variables in RPG Maker are absolute just horribleness. Because basically, for anyone who doesn't know how RPG Maker works, let me explain to you how variables work in RPG Maker. So, you have your variable database here, right? And you can have up to 5,000 variables. Yes, there is a limit on variables. Up to 5,000 variables. And basically the way that it works is you would come in here and you'd find a blank variable. So this is variable 701. And so I can name it something like test variable. There we go. I now have test variable on variable ID 701. But here's something that is just absolutely fantastic and is going to blow your mind if you are not used to something like RPG Maker when working with variables. I cannot reference variable 701 with the name test variable. Like, I can't come in here and do a script call and say, if game variables dot value, test variable, if game variables value dot test variable is equal to 1, then, do this thing. You cannot do that. That is not how that works. Just because I named it test variable does not mean that I can reference test variable. I have to say game variables dot value 701 equals 1, then do thing. It's not ideal, especially when you are working with tons of variables, because you have to actually remember the variable's ID, not the variable's name. And they are global throughout the entire game, your entire project. So anything and everything can reference these variables. So it's definitely a learning curve, especially if you are used to other languages and things like that. And if you learn variables based off of RPG Maker, you will have a learning curve learning other things. But as far as just learning how variables work, it is a great starting point. I will say that. You then just have to later on go in and understand how variables should properly work. But it's still fun. I enjoy it. I like it. What have I missed? Oh, the pain of my passion for game development. I know. Chains in the chains. There's no... they have no scope in RPG Maker. Oh, that sounds like a pain. Yeah, very much so. Gotta have a spreadsheet. Yeah, well, so basically the way that I get around it, and here's just another tip, some advice. If you are using RPG Maker, do something like this. If you use a lot of variables, I know there's some people that just don't use a lot of variables, but if you're going to use a lot of variables, try and group your variables. It's like, let's say, for example, I have variables for all of the room layouts, the monsters that are in the rooms, the items that are in the rooms, and so I have them all grouped from variable 101 all the way down through variable 340. And so I just keep them in this nice grouping so that I can come in here and find them a little bit easier. But yeah, then it kind of gets a little bit just off the rails sometimes, and you're just never really sure where things are going to be. So yeah, just make sure you're trying to keep as close an eye on how you're setting up your variables as possible so you can actually go find them later if you need them. Jerry says, can you somehow get the variable name if you needed to? Loop through all variables and compare names. If they match, then continue. As far as I understand it, no. So when you assign a variable name, so like, say for example, with this variable, I name this variable has explored room 41. This is just basically a note for me. The actual engine itself does not look at this note at all. The name of it does not look at the name at all. It is literally just going off of variable ID 481. So yeah, so you can't, when you're actually, like doing like a JavaScript call or something like that, you can't just say, hey, find variable touch input X. You would have to do find variable 1. Now you can search, but again, for variable IDs, like you can't actually search for the name, but you could come in here and you could be like, what is using has explored 41 variable 481. You can search and it'll be like, oh, it's being used in all of these different events, and it'll give you the map ID and the page and all that fun stuff. But yeah. For int x equals 0 if game variables value x dot name variable stuff. Maybe? I've never tried it, so it might work. Maybe, possibly. Yeah. I don't know. It's the way that I've always done variables in RPG Maker, and so there may be a JavaScript call now that you could actually search for that, but as far as I have ever tested, the answer is no. But that could change. That could very well be different. If D, then E's. I know where you're going with this, Control. I know where you're going with this. All right. So I believe we can then come over here, make obelisk functional. I think we've gotten it. Hideously slow. I know. Oh, you're meaning RPG Maker, the way they use variables. I thought you were talking about me. In that case, I agree, 100%. Yes, so I believe it should be, for the most part, functional. Almost. So let's not just do make obelisk functional. Let's do, oh my gosh. Obelisk, we're gonna say self-blood sacrifice. That one is good to go. Cool. Now we do this one again. We're gonna do obelisk, direction, no, it's, what did we call it? It was attune? Yes, attuning to the obelisk. Obelisk, attune. I feel like I keep going back and forth between obelisk and obelisk. Oh well. Obelisk, attune. So let's actually get the attunement work. And let's see, I know, just curious, makes me wonder what string parsing is like. No! I know what you're meaning, I know. I was just joking. Imagine eval in RPG Maker. I do not want to imagine it at all. See, here's the, we're gonna look at the bright side of RPG Maker for a second here. The bright side of RPG Maker is limitations limitation breeds creativity. So as limiting as RPG Maker can be, and as frustrating as that can be sometimes, the limitations will help you be a little bit more creative because you have to think outside the box and think of ways to tackle problems that you normally wouldn't. It may not necessarily be necessary because there are some things that it's just like, it should just work. And when it doesn't, you're just like, why? But yeah, anyway, as far as just being able to do what you need, it does pretty well with that. As long as you don't have, as long as you can tamp your expectations of what you can build in RPG Maker, unless of course you know JavaScript super well. If you know JavaScript super well, you could basically do whatever you want because it's just running in JavaScript, so you could literally change everything about the engine if you wanted to. Anyway, but yeah, so for me anyway, the limitations of RPG Maker definitely help me in my creativity and just being able to focus more on what I can. I focus more on what I can do versus what I can't because of it. So, you know, the pros and the cons. Okay, what were we doing? That's right. We were going to get the actual attunement working. Let's see if we can get that before the end of the stream. We've got 30 minutes. Let's see if we can get the attunement working. So, how are we going to make that work? Should be pretty easy. Oh, crap. No, before we can do the attunement, we need to get the boss, the mini bosses spawning again. That should be easy, actually. So here we go. So we do the RTG spawn. So in here, we can basically copy and paste this exact same exit spawn. Yes. So we should just be able to copy all of this here and paste that. Then down here, we were going to do set exit spawn. This is going to be set mini boss spawn, mini boss spawn. Okay, so then this is going to be setting variable, not 36. We're going to set variable, what was it again? It was 5. The mini boss spawn location. See, and it's only easy for me to go through and find these kinds of variables because I'm working on this like literally every other day. If I were to walk away from this project for like a month or so, I would be so lost. I would probably have to start from scratch because I wouldn't remember where anything was. Okay, so set the mini boss spawn location to a random number between 1 and 60. So it's picking any of these random rooms here, 1 through 60, right? But again, it's only spawning 40 of these rooms. So it may accidentally pick one that is not actually a room. So we have to count for that. So first things first, if not 36, but if 5, what variable was it? 523. So 523 is less than 55 and 85 is less than 10, then you can continue. And if variable 97 plus not 36 plus 526 times 4 includes 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 10, or 11, And if 97 plus variable 526 times 4 is greater than 0. So basically what all this is doing is it is saying, is it not on the top row? Is it a room that does not allow you to move north or up? And is this room actually a room? And is 526 not equal to variable 100? Variable 100 is the player's current location, and so it's basically just saying, on this last one, is this not the room the player is spawning? As long as all that is correct, then we will just break the loop, and we now have the mini-boss spawn location. And if not, then it just loops again, and it picks a new room, until it finally picks one that is correct. Okay, cool. There we go. The same could be said for any of my old code bases. I would need to spend time refamiliarizing myself with them before I could work on them. That is true. I know that's not just an RPG Maker thing. I know that basically anything you do with programming, unless you have commented your code and commented it well, you're probably not going to be able to be working on a project, walk away for an extended period of time, and come right back and just start picking up where you left off. You're going to need to remember some of the things of like where you were, what you were doing. That is 100% absolutely true. I don't know, maybe it's just because I don't have another frame of reference with really anything else. I mean, I kind of do. Like, I did go to school to be a web designer, and so like I do kind of remember some of that stuff. I don't actually use it, so, you know, yay for college. Yeah, so, and I do remember sometimes stuff with that. If I didn't comment my code very well, I would come back and I'd be like, I just need to start this website over again because I cannot remember a single thing I was working on. But anyway, so yeah. I want to, let's see, I went back to quick basic programs I wrote as a kid and have no idea what was going on. I feel like I still have a bunch of my old RPG Maker projects from like 10, 15 years ago. Probably not much older than that. And yeah, I've looked at some of those and I'm like, what the crap was I doing? What is going on with my life? So yeah, it's good times. Great times, actually. All right, so we come in here and we do new game. What did I do? What did I do? I just copied and pasted. What? Oh! Wait. It's the same thing for here, too. Oh, there we go. Okay, I accidentally got rid of that parenthesis there. There we go. I was like, this makes no sense. There's not a closing parenthesis on the other one either. Okay, there we go. That is stuck in a loop. That's fun. Wait a minute, 523. Oh no. Oh no. $523. 526. Oh my gosh, I confused myself. 523, not 526. Again, the joys of using variable IDs versus variable names. Great for identifiers, just absolutely fantastic stuff. There we go. Now we should have the actual exit sigil in room 33. If we scroll down to variable 523, we have the spawn location for the mini-boss in room 44. Okay, let's come over here to room 44. So it should be in here. I mean, obviously it's not actually doing anything because we didn't actually set that. But yes, so room 44 should have the mini-boss door, which that would make sense. There's no upward facing way that you can go here. So yeah, so there should be a door here eventually that we spawn. And then if we go over to room, what was it, 30 something? 33 should have the exit obelisk. I could freaking... There we go. And there's the obelisk. That's kind of cool, actually. I'm gonna hide the chats just so you can see. It's kind of cool. With this randomly generated one, you have to like go down this like narrow hallway up here, and you're just like, right there. Oh my gosh, my finger gets cut off right at the room. But yeah, you got to go down like this narrow hallway to get to the teleportation obelisk. Kind of fun. Or the teleportation goblet, as we maybe have decided to call it. Oh man. Control and Winter. It sounds like you two have had just absolute blasts. Did an entire paint program. Made a pool game. You were made Scorched Earth. Kind of fun. That is something that I wouldn't mind knowing how to make something like that, but also something that I would not be able to ever recreate in RPG Maker. Never say never. It would be very difficult to recreate an RPG Maker. We'll say that. It would be possible. There are things in RPG Maker that with the right mindset, you can make them. 100% absolutely you can. Now I actually really want to know. I wonder, do I still have that? Ski the Mount. I'm just gonna have that start searching for that. Okay, so... Okay, so it is spawning. Now we need to actually have it show the door. So over here... You're entering the room. Add new room info from database to current room. Show decor. Reveal next minimap room. So starting exit room equals player's location. Okay. Okay, so I think basically what we need to do... Show room, POV, view, exploring new rooms, showing monster. Okay. If player location is equal to mini-boss spawn location. Yes, this is what we need to do. But we don't want to actually have it turn on that self-switch because we aren't using that right now. So let's comment that out, because we will need it eventually, but we don't need it right now. So yeah, so if the player's location is equal to the mini-boss spawn location. I'm trying to think of what we would need to do here. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to work off of the... Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. So we're going to work off of the same image layer as the room decorations to show the door in this room. Yes, that is what we're going to do. So, if I remember right, what we need to do is come over here. Nope, come over here. We're going to say in spawn monsters, items, traps, and decor. Scroll down here to the bottom. Maybe it's in the RTG spawn. Don't spawn things in the spawn room. 98, 99, 100. 98, 99, 100. Set room config. I think my young mind couldn't figure out terrain collision, though. Well, yeah, terrain collision would be kind of a nightmare. In terms of, like, my understanding, that does sound kind of a bit of a nightmare. Oh my gosh! Got to show the chats again. Pocket Tanks is probably more familiar to modern folks. Scorched Earth was the DOS original. I do remember Scorched Earth. Pocket Tanks I definitely have more experience with, but yeah, definitely have played Scorched Earth before. And who hasn't done Space Invaders in varying degrees? That's fair. My favorite version is of what I've worked on was one where you can control the invaders. Oh, it's kind of a fun twist. I'd play a game like that. Yeah. The decorations. That's right. We need the decorations. So where is it actually showing the decor? So decor animations turn on. Reveal. Show decor. Okay, so it shows it here. Based on variable 840 plus the player's location. What have we called the door? What is the door called? So we have the exit door 1 and 2. Okay. So we do... My fans are going nuts, and I think it's literally just because I have Windows looking for a file on my computer. Should not be struggling that much. I don't think I want to rename that to decor. I mean, I guess we could. Might actually make it a little bit easier. Yeah, we might actually do that. Let's actually just copy. Let's just make a copy of that. We're just going to call this decor. I just want to see, what is the naming convention again? So we've got decor. There it is, decor. So decor 7-1. So this would be decor 8-1. Because eventually we are going to have these doors animated. Because I want to put like torches or some type of flame or some kind of decoration next to the door, and it's going to be animated. So we're going to start with the naming convention already. So decor 8-1. So the way that the naming conventions are working, so decor, so the first number is the decor image identifier. So for this one, you've got decor 7, and then it's 7-1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3 to get the animated fire. You know, same thing with the torches. You know, you got different decors. So yeah, so the first one is the actual image itself, and then the second value is the animation frame that it's on. So -1 would be the first frame of animation, and then we could do -2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on and so forth. Yeah. So we're gonna stick with that naming convention to begin with. So then down over here, what we need to do. So when it's setting the decor IDs, I believe that would be over here. So spawning traps, great room decorations. There we go. Remove potentially spawn decor in exit. Yes, because we want the obelisk to be the only thing in the room. Yeah, that should be fine. So I think what we need to do then, so remove potentially spawn decor in exit. And then we will also want to change decor in mini boss. I don't know why I keep typing mini boss room. So change decor in mini boss room to be the door. I don't know. There's a comment for the ages. So then set value 840 plus 523 to not equal 0 to equal 8. 8 is the actual door itself. So yes, we're setting variable 840 plus whatever the value of 523 is. So let's just say, for example, if it is spawning the mini boss door room in room 4, it would be variable 840 plus 4. So it'd be variable 844. So with that, I think what we should be able to do is if we come over here, do a new game, yes, next, cool, here we go. So if we come down here to variable 523, so room 17 should be the mini boss. Room 17, so room decor, room 17 is 0. That is not what it should be. What did I do? What did I do wrong here? Spawning traps. Remove potentially spawned traps. Remove potentially spawned room and decor and exit. Change decor in mini boss room to be the door. Game variables.set value 840 plus 523 to equal 8. Okay, is there something down here? Spawn D6s and tombs. Oh, okay. We do not need that anymore. So, yeah, so I think we can get rid of all of this, because this is just spawning the D6s, but we do not need the D6s to spawn in the dungeon anymore. So yeah, let's delete all of that. Maybe that will fix it. There may have been something in there that was ruining that, because it was linked to the whole mini-boss, that old Yahtzee minigame. So 523 is 52. So we want to find room 52's decor. Room 52, their decor is still 0. Why are you still 0? It makes absolutely no sense. Let's find the exit room, I suppose. So exit room is room 34. Let's go find the room 34 decor. 34 decor is also equal to 0. Okay. Yeah, so 34 is 0. Is anything in here equal to 8? Here, I'm gonna hide chats just so you can see what I'm seeing a little bit more. So no 8's there. No 8's there. No 8's. No 8's. We got a 0. B should be 8. Is it doing something in here in the actual dungeon spawning itself? Show pictures. This is setting variables, none of that. Get player X and Y. RTG spawn pass. Show layout. Set current config. Don't spawn things in the exit room. Don't spawn things in spawn room. Okay, yeah, that story checks out. Set mini boss spawn. That should be literally all it's doing is just that. Like, it shouldn't be affecting 523. Huh. No idea what I'm missing. I'm sure it's gonna be something extremely simple, and I'm gonna kick myself for not noticing it. Okay, so remove potentially spawned traps in exit. That should be fine, because there should be no traps in the exit room. Create room decorations. This is exactly where we need to be. So, loop in here. So, we are setting random variable 1 through 6 for all the rooms. Okay. And then once you reach over 60, that means you've gone through all the rooms, set decorations. So over here, remove potentially spawned decor in exit. Okay. So game variables.set value 840 plus game variables.value 36. That's taking the exit room, setting it to 0. Okay. And then change decor in mini boss room to be the door. Game variables.set value 840 plus game variables.value 523 to equal 8. Okay. So what if we say change this to like 50? That should only change the exit rooms variable, right? And it should equal 50 now instead of 0. So 36 is equal to 44. So if we go to room 44's decor, room 44 decor is equal to 0. Okay, so something else is changing these variables then. There's something else, because one of these should be equal to 50. And none of them are equal to 50. Okay, yep, there's something weird going on somewhere else. So we need to figure out where that other thing is and probably get rid of it. Because that means there's a duplicate something somewhere that should not be changing these variables. Show decor. That's showing the picture. Okay, fine, fair. What else would it be? Where else would this thing be? don't think it's in the RTG spawn. This should be activating this common event after that. And this doesn't have any kind of check to be like, oh, if it's equal to not 0, do this thing instead. Create room decorations. So if 920 plus 911 is equal to 0, and 840 plus 911, math floor.random, random number between 1 through 6, okay. Not a freaking clue. It's so confusing. Like, are we getting into this thing, though? Flash the screen if we're getting in here. It should. It should be getting in there every single time we start the new game. Okay, so it's going in there. It's setting all the variables. So what? I am so... Execute room traps. What the crap? Create room decorations. This should be changing the exit to be a 0 on the room decorations, and this should be changing the mini boss room to an 8 on the decorations. Okay. Yeah. 523. That is the... Well, that's the thing, is like, it's not even 523. Like, this is also being changed somewhere else. Where that somewhere else is, I have no earthly idea. Not a clue. Show picture. Yeah, it's none of those things. Huh. Can search for variable references. You can, if... So here's the other annoying and kind of frustrating thing about RPG Maker. So I could come in here and I could do search, and I can search for variable 523, this one right here. And it will search if I am actually... So if I'm not using JavaScript calls to access this variable, you can search for it. So yeah, so right now, so we got the card draws / attack is referencing it. Room decor animations is referencing it. The initialization move / transition. So yeah, so we've got the card draws attack, the room decor animations, and the initialization, the move, and the transition. Page 1, 1, and 4. But here's the thing. If I come in here and if I were to say script, and I were to say game variables dot set value variable 523, make it equal 5. This will not be able to be searched for in that search function. So very frustrating. The only way I would actually be able to find this is if I came in here and said control variables set 523 to equal 5. Then I could actually find that, like, you know, piece, that thing. My brain is way non-functional right now to actually think of the proper terms for this. But anyway, so, and the biggest problem is that, like, with the variable script calls, I have to use those because it's trying to create decorations and things like that dynamically based off of, like, player locations and different rooms and things like that. So, yeah. Well, here, what do we got? Revealing the next room. Show decor. So this is just showing the picture. This is grabbing variables. That's all commented out. Okay, so 197, 370, 371. Okay. But the thing is, like, this is all happening before I'm even moving. Like, I'm not moving at all. And it's changing those variables to equal 0. That's where I'm like, it's got to be somewhere either here in the random tomb generation script. There shouldn't be anything in here. So it's setting the player's location, setting the exit location. It runs through all of this. And then at the very end, so at the very end, it is then saying, now activate the event, spawn monsters, items, traps, and decor. There's this guy over here. Then over here, it runs through all of this to spawn monsters, items, traps, all the like. And then we get down here to the end. It then says spawning traps, and then creating room decorations. So set variable 911 to equal 0, and then we loop through this 60 times. And then when we get to the end, it is then saying, set the exit to be 0, and set the mini boss decorations to be 8. And then it breaks the loop. And then show decor just shows this picture. It doesn't change variables or anything like that. Then exits event processing. So what if we do another flash screen right here, do it for like 120 frames instead? I just want to see if at that point, is that actually going to be equal to 8? And is this going to be equal to 50? I guess we'll see. Yes, we will see. So, new game, here we go. Let's see, control says, nope, don't think so. Oh, that is my bad. I forgot to be checking for that. Okay. So, if we come to 36, so 10. So we need to go to room 10 decor. Room 10 decor is equal to 0. What the crap? What? What is happening? Okay. How and why? That is so confusing. That is so very extremely confusing. So yeah, right here. It literally is setting these variables. There is no if. There's nothing like that. It's like it's setting them right here. Game variables set value 840. What? Okay, so what if we do this? Okay, so we need to set you within here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Right here. We just say set you to 50. Is that actually going to change anything? I don't know. Maybe. It's room 36, or variable 36 is room 44. So we need to go down to room 44's decor. Room 44 decor is equal to 50. Ooh, okay. So I just had the JavaScript call wrong then? Somehow? Okay, so don't equal 8. We want you to just... there. Okay. I don't even know what I'm doing with my life. Don't even know. This is the kind of professional game dev work you can expect here on the channel, so make sure to like and subscribe so you can see this professionalism at work. All right, so room 20 should be equal to 8. So the room 20 decor should be equal to 8. Room 20 decor is equal to 8. I don't even know. Good times.
Hey Moon Man, hope you have a good rest of stream. I gotta go to bed, so I'm gonna dip. 07.
No worries at all. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that, Axel. I will probably be ending the stream here pretty soon anyway, because it is definitely late for me as well. It's a little after midnight here. And despite what you might think, me doing some game dev stuff here on stream, sleep is definitely something that I need. Control says, I guess I guess it wanted you to pass an ARG and not set the VAR yourself or something. Yeah, something like that. I think it's because I had just had it outside of. Oh no, because like, as far as I understand it, if I were to type game variables, oh my gosh, variables dot set value. As far as I understand it, if I were to set variables 1's value to equal 1, I believe that should work, right? So I'm setting that variable equal 1, which is essentially what I was doing here, but I guess technically it should be 1 to 1. Like that's I guess technically what I should have written. I don't know. Set value returns a void, so that makes sense. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that we discovered and figured out the issue, because it's not a clue, not a freaking clue, but oh well. Okay, so with that, we now should be able to, yeah, what Winter said, yes, yeah, definitely. Again, when it comes to JavaScript, right over my head, but for the most part, I can sometimes understand and grasp things a little bit here and there. But for the most part, I'm just not great, not great. Okay, so room 45 is where the exit room should be. Let's go to room 45. 2, 48, 47, 46. Okay, so in here, it should show a door, right? Why is it not showing? Couldn't load decor 8. Well, yeah, because it's 8-1. So do I need to say... I think I need to change that, actually. Yes. So, showing monster, regular, mini-boss. Oh, I thought I told it to already show a picture. That would make sense. That would make sense. Show next minimap. There we go. Decor. So show decor. 24. So 840 plus 100. So how am I doing that with the... Oh, that is... Okay, that makes so much more sense. So I have decor 4. And then there's 4-1, 4-2, 4-3. Decor 4, that is the default frame. So I need this to actually not be decor 8-1. This needs to be decor 8. And then if there are animations, it will pick up from there. It'll then become 8-1, 8-2, 8-3. That makes so much more sense. Kind of forgot that's the way that I did it. Kind of a weird way to do it. I don't know why I did it that way exactly. There's got to be a reason, because I did it that way. So, yeah, we're just going to pretend that past Moon Man knew what he was doing, and I'm just going to continue what he was doing. So, yeah. Okay, so room 11. Yes, room 11 is an 8. Let's go find room 11. 9, 10. There should be a door. Hey, look at that. There's a door. If we leave, come back, there's a door. Fantastic. Okay, we finally have the door spawning. That's great. Should be able to pick that up, move that around, yada, yada, yada. Cool. Okay, one thing really quick that I forgot I need to fix before I forget to actually go in here and fix this. I need to set you back to 0, because I don't want you to be 50, because there is no such thing as decor 50. All right, so showing that now. Great, awesome. Then what we need to do at that point is we need to come down here, and we need to grab all of this stuff. So when you enter this room, so in mini boss room, what we need to do is go here, and we're just going to say something like a well constructed wooden door I'm so bad at writing dialogue when people are watching. You see a well-constructed wooden door ahead. Loud footsteps. Footsteps? Footsteps? Footsteps, one word or two? Footsteps. Okay, it is one. Okay, all right. I'm just, again, spelling, not my strong suit. Loud footsteps can be heard pacing back and forth. Pacing back and forth from within. Yeah. And then choice number 1 is going to be enter room. There we go. Depends on the context, really. Oh. Well, my 2-second Google search suggested I do footsteps, one word. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Although I can't think of any context in which footsteps. If I cared enough, I would maybe Google it, but Google it more. But for now, we'll do footsteps, one word. Yeah. Enter room, enter open door and enter. We'll just do enter room. There we go. So enter room. Cool. We also need to set, so if we come down here to the to master again, so 87. So we need to set variable 87 to equal 2. This is going to be the second type of event. So turn on show dialog. We are also going to do control variables set 87 to equal 2. There we go. This should be the actual functionality of you're equal to 2. You're equal to 2. We're going to do choice selector 1. If it's released, turn off show dialog, turn off show HUD. Okay, so we're not going to do any of this. Well, we're going to do turn off show dialog. Get rid of all of this stuff, though. Yeah. Wait, do I need that in here? In here. Player's location is equal to starting exit floor. We don't need that in there. I don't think so anyway. Let's cut that. Just to see. Just to see. Suppose the footsteps lightly. Depends on whether or not the foot is the subject, I think. That would make sense. JavaScript and its immediate call stack quirks. Function gets called before immediate value finishes evaluating. This scope of function reveals null. Oh. Good times. Good times. All right, let's list this out, and then I think that might be the end of the stream. Let's give this a try. Let us see. So first of all, we need to get over to... let's go find the original exit. So room 14. Just want to make sure that is still working. In here. All right, so we can leave, come back. Everything's working there. So if we submit a self-blood sacrifice, it will damage us. Turn that on. Awesome. If we leave, come back, it's still on. Go through portal. Okay. But if we then go to room, let's figure out where the room is. 523, so room 17. Wow, that is really close. All right, cool. That is, all right, so room 17 is over here. Why you no show text? That doesn't make any sense. None at all. Oh no, Jerry, your message has been retracted. You can order the operations with the var keyword to prevent that from happening. Pass the vars to the function. Might have to do that in the future. But for now, why the freak is the text not showing? Maybe we scroll back up here to the switches. We turn on switch, show dialog. Magical portal is opened up. Okay, so it's just not updating that at all. Why are you not updating? You, right here, if player location is equal to 523. Oh. Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. So that is within the showing monster Okay. So we don't want that. We do not want that. We need you to be outside of that. So let's just grab you. We're going to delete all of this stuff because we don't need that. So before it shows the monster, I'm going to paste that. Player's location is equal to the mini-boss spawn location. Then we do all of this stuff. Get rid of the else, though. Cool. So that is the actual showing of the dialogue. I don't know how I didn't realize that was within another else handler, but oh well. Oh well. Here it says, function going to gas station. If stream equals over print GG, else print got them. I love it. Very fitting. Stream and over is not defined in local scope. All right. Yeah, room 20. Oh, that is really close. Very nice. If you come in here, it should show the dialogue. There you go. You see a well-constructed wooden door ahead. Loud footsteps can be heard, pacing back and forth from within. Enter room. What's gonna happen if you enter the room? You're gonna fight a mini-boss. But if you leave, it'll disappear. You'll be like, whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. Nothing happens, it just hides that, so it's exciting stuff. All right, cool. Well, obelisk attune. We did not actually get that working, but we did create door entrance decor for mini boss room. We kind of started getting there. There's some unfinished things, but we made crazy amounts of progress tonight. We will be able to actually finish up the obelisk tomorrow. The Thursday stream, we'll be able to finish up the obelisk. We'll be able to finish up creating the entrance to the mini boss, and then we'll be actually able to do the mini boss thing. So should be a good time. Should be a grand old time. And then we also have the bug. Again, I don't know how this happened, but bug, dice not showing when they are dropped from killing a monster. I don't know, because like we fixed that bug already. So I don't know how that broke again, but it did. So we need to figure that out. No idea why it's not showing, but can monsters draw more than 5 cards yet? Not yet. We still need to do that. But for now, that's just the mini bosses that have it, which is why I haven't prioritized it. So eventually we will prioritize that. But yeah, for now, they still can only draw up to 5 cards. And yeah, so we do need to prioritize. Oh my gosh, I cannot speak. It is past my bedtime, everyone. We will prioritize that once we get the mini bosses re-implemented, which we should just be able to like literally just turn them back on, because I didn't delete them. They were just turned off and disabled, and so we can just turn them back on and it'll be good to go at that point. So yeah, should be good. All right, well, this has been absolutely fantastic. I have had a blast of a time. Hopefully everyone has as well. I'm gonna go get some rest because work will be here early in the morning for me. I've got work at 6 o'clock in the morning and it is now almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So I'm gonna get some sleep so that I'm not absolutely dead tired for tomorrow. So to everyone who is new here, thank you so much for being here. Hopefully if you enjoyed the stream, you will consider subscribing, following, liking, all that fun stuff. But if not, that's totally fine. Totally understandable if you didn't. So, and to everyone else returning, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. And to everyone here, new and old, thank you. It was an absolute blast, as always. And yeah, I will see you all on the Thursday stream. Hopefully, I will see you all on the Thursday stream. Yeah, should be a good time. So anyway, everyone, take care. Have an absolutely fantastic evening, or day, or morning, wherever you may be in this world. And we will see you all on the Thursday stream. So thank you, and goodbye. Okay, now we're going to change the scene. Goodbye.